can see now, yeah.
Okay, just checking that we can see you.
Thank you very much.
We're about to start. We're just waiting for the Well, I think that in this particular case, since we have our first two talks in English, I'm going to begin moderating in English, and I'll switch to Spanish when we have our talk in Spanish. But welcome everyone to this third and final day of the third meeting of formal linguistics in Mexico. And thanks everyone for being here. And we're going to begin with a couple of stream talks, and then we are going to have an in-person talk. The first talk of the day is going to be by Lydsson. I'm hoping I'm pronouncing Lydsson, your name correctly. Apologize if I don't. Gonçalves, from the Universidade Federal Juiz de Fora from Brazil. And he's going to talk about passives in Brazilian Portuguese, a relationship between the voice head and mixed categories. So, Lydsson, if you will.
Good morning. May I project my screen?
Yes, please, please.
Okay, is it working?
We can see you.
Okay,
Everything's
yes.
working.
So, okay, then good morning to everyone. So I'm Lydsson. I'm going to present our study, which is called Passives in Brazilian Portuguese, a relationship between the voice head and mixed categories. This is a co-authorship with my doctoral supervisor, Paula Armelin, which is watching us through YouTube right now. And we also would like to thank you very much for your attention and say we are sorry we couldn't be there in person, but I hope it's a nice talk even in this online format. So just for context, the empirical domain of our study are the analytical passives in Brazilian Portuguese, which are formed by an auxiliary verb and a participle. And the goal is to establish a derivation which preserves their relationship with the syntactic passives, which are marked with the critics say. Our theoretical framework is mostly distributed morphology. The general proposal is that these two types of passives have a similar structure, but they employ different strategies to solve an inconsistency between the presence of a voice head and the absence of an external argument. Our idea is that analytical passives change the verbal structure into a nominal structure, and this bypasses the need for the external arguments, and the synthetic passives on the other hand employ a dummy arguments. This is just the main idea. Now we're going to actually explore it. And so I've divided the presentation into 4 moments, which are the phenomenon, the review of the literature, an analysis, and our final thoughts. So starting with the phenomenon, the passives are one of the different types of voices that we have in languages. Other voice types include naturally the active and the middle, for example. And generally speaking, the active voice is the most common, and we usually have the subject as the agent or the causer of the action in this type of voice, because it corresponds to the external arguments. But on the passive, we apparently don't have an external argument, so the internal argument occupies this position, and so we have a subject that is a patient or a theme of the action. Brazilian Portuguese and European Portuguese, other Romance languages, have 2 different ways of expressing the passive voice, which are the analytical, also called periphrastic voice, passive, sorry, and the synthetic passive. So I've brought here 3 sentences for us to compare. First, we have an active here, os donos venderam a casa da esquina, which is something like the owner sold the house at the corner. The owners here is the subject, it's a plural subject. We have the verb here, plural, and the object here, the house at the corner. With this, the analytical passive, we don't have the subject anymore. It's not necessary to express the causer or the agent of the action in the passive. and we have the house at the corner as a subject. We can see this because the verb complex is now singular, just as the house. And also the participle here is feminine, just like the house too. And this form has this verb here, the auxiliary, which is ser, the verb to be in English, and the participle of the main verb. For the synthetic passive, we have the same general meaning, the house at the corner was sold, but we have again a simple verb form, but we have this clitic here attached to it, and we have something like vendeu-se a casa da esquina. We can see again, a casa da esquina, the house at the corner is the subject because the verb is singular once more. So in Portuguese and Brazilian Portuguese, the analytical passive is more common than the synthetic, but both are at least grammatical in the same context. And if we go to other languages, these two types of passives may find a more balanced distribution. For example, Scandinavian languages, they are usually not so, there's not such a clear preference. And we also have an interesting instance, for example, in Latin, in which we have a complementary distribution. So all passives in the perfective aspects in Latin are periphrastic, and all in the imperfective aspects are synthetic. So taking this into consideration, that they at least can be used in the same contexts in different languages, we think this suggests there is some similarity at an underlying level, and we want to keep this similarity in our derivation. Talking then about the literature on passives usually relates their properties to the voice heads. And this is because the voice head is responsible for introducing the external arguments. Generally, in general analysis, this is the function of the voice head. And since the passive voice doesn't have an external argument, at least apparently, it makes sense to think something is happening on that head. And common ways of analyzing the passives involve the idea of flavors of voice, or sometimes just different feature bundles on one single voice head. Alexiado 2013, for example, she argues that there are actually 3 different voice heads available cross-linguistically. We would have an active voice, which generates the active voice, of course, but the passives would actually be divided between the middle voice and the passive voice. The middle voice would not be specifically a passive voice, it's an underspecified head, it encompasses everything that's non-active, and this would produce the synthetic passives in a way that captures also the fact that they are commonly syncretic with other structures, such as in Greek. And the analytical passive would be generated by the passive voice head, which is more specified and produces just the passive, which is not, the analytical passive is not much prone to syncretism, and this would capture their difference. We want to observe, however, that there are instances in which analytical passives could be syncretic. For example, in Latin, they could express an impersonal meaning. So in this sentence here, prognatum est, the analytical passive is just like in Portuguese, participle and auxiliary, but this is not something like the war was thought, something was thought. It's a general idea that they thought, it was thought viciously. So this is a kind of syncretism that we can find in this analytical passive. And this is something that suggests for us that these two types of passives are not so different so as to require 2 different heads. A different approach is from Iambic. This is an approach that uses features on the voice heads. And for Iambic 2004, the idea is that the active voice occurs when we have the features AG, which stands for agent, and case on the same heads. But if we have AG but not case, we would have the analytical passive. There is not an external argument, but we still have the agentive interpretation remaining, which is something that we observe when we say the house at the corner was sold. We infer someone sold it, and we can also sometimes project the passive agent through a by phrase. So this is how he captures it. The syncretic passives, on the other hand, would be generated when we have both AG and case, but not a canonical external argument available, and then a generic argument, such as say in Portuguese, would occupy this position. However, for us, it seems that this proposal does not account for the fact that not all structures with an anaphor in an analogous position to the external arguments are agentive. For example, anticausatives, which are very similar to synthetic passives, but they are not agentive. And we also find a problem of motivation here because it's not clear for us what exactly would be the function of voice if the introduction of the external argument is not mandatory. And voice could also come with no features at all, according to Embic, and this would generate the unaccusative verb. But it would not be possible that voice comes only with the case feature and not AG, but the contrary is possible. So for us, it seems that there is a problem of motivation, why some things are possible and some not, and the function of voice. And in the same sense, we observed this in Collins' approach in 2005. And Collins argues that generally a little V head is actually responsible for introducing the external arguments in active sentences, but and also attributes case and theta role to the external arguments. But in passives, this function would be split between little v, which gives the theta role, and voice, which gives case. And also for him, passive would have an additional projection, part P, which realizes as the participle, and the final result would be the analytical passive. And for us, this also seems something not so much motivated, because it's not clear why this specific structure would be present in the passives and just in passives. And also this analysis is focused on English and analytical passives, and we don't find clearly a way to relate these kinds of passives with synthetic passives in Collins' analysis. Our proposal that I'm going to talk about in a moment does not involve a dedicated passive voice head, and it actually builds upon the previous studies from Gonçalves 2021 and Gonçalves and Armelin 2021 A and B, and they argued for an arguments approach for synthetic passives, which is similar to what Embic 2004 argued, and also was seen in some other authors throughout the years. And what they argue for is that since the function of the voice head is to introduce an external argument, if it is present, it must introduce this argument. So there is not an option for a voice head that doesn't introduce an argument. But if for some reason there is no canonical elements available, such as Embic said, to occupy this position, a dummy default argument will be projected. And in the case of Portuguese, this would be the anaphor C. And anaphors are good candidates for this situation because their interpretation depends on binding. But if they are so high in the structure, they won't be bound, which would result in a construction that fulfills the synthetic requirements of voice without altering the already built semantics. So we would not work with the idea of a passive voice head, but there could be flavors of voice in order to account for the different theta roles that are possible for the subject, such as agent or causer. But this is not the main gist of what's important here. The most important part is that this unbound anaphor would trigger a series of events, a series of effects, and by the end, the result will be that incorporates into the verb and becomes a clitic or an affix, depending on the language, because in this analysis, both types of synthetic passives, clitical and morphological, are the same. This will be a very simplified version of this derivation. So basically, say here occupies the argument position of external arguments, but it's not a suitable candidate for the subject position. So the internal argument moves there and say cliticizes into T. So this is a very simplified structure because our focus is actually on the analytical ones, but it's important for us to have an idea of how this works. But the thing is, this proposal was concerned specifically with synthetic passives. They don't say anything about analytical, but our idea is if both passives are actually related, they must have much or at least something in common. And the main idea for today's paper is that the analytical passives are just the result of a different solution employed by syntax to overcome this discrepancy between the presence of a voice head and the absence of an external argument. And now we move to our analysis properly. So if we want to keep an identity between the two passives and also provide a motivation for their existence, we should remove the passive voice head entirely because we are starting with a proposal that doesn't use it. And so passive would be basically more like an epiphenomenon in a similar vein as what's argued for in Kiparsky 2013. And so the problem is voice. If voice needs an argument, that cannot be in principle avoided. And that's why a dummy is introduced to produce the synthetic passive. But a different way, we argue, of keeping the derivation going would be to erase the need for an external argument. And this is the analytical passive. So we want to point out that it's telling that analytical passives involve participles, which are a complex category, which seems to mix verbal and nominal properties. And so our proposal is that participles are mixed categories in the sense of Panagiotis 2015. And as such, they are able to kind of convert the verbal structure into a nominal structure. And since nouns don't have the need for an external argument, the derivation could advance in the situation. For this to work, we also need to understand Panagiotis' approach to extended projection. So extended projection is the idea that every word class needs some functional projections in order to be fully realized. And in the case of verbs, for example, we would have the voice head, asp head, t head, all of them could be considered parts of the extended projection. And according to Panagiotis and Groman 2009 and to Panagiotis 2015, the extended projections are codified in syntax through a combination of interpretable and non-interpretable features. So the initial functional head identifying the word, for example, the little v for verbs in the M terms, would carry an interpretable class feature, such as v, and the other heads which make up its extended projection would carry an uninterpretable uv feature, which is checked against v. So this relationship between those features ensures a head such as t is not projected over a nominal structure, for example, under normal conditions. And Panagiotis also proposes there are some elements which are mixed in nature, which he calls switches. And the switch contains the necessary uninterpretable features to be compatible with a certain word class, but also carries an interpretable feature of a different class. And the result is kind of a conversion of the structure. And our proposal—
5 minutes left.
Okay, thank you. Our proposal is that the switch could be introduced in place of the dummy arguments in passives, changing the word class into a nominal one in which the EA is not necessary, the external arguments. And obviously, what we consider the evidence for this is the participle, which is apparently a mixed category, carrying verbal and nominal, and maybe more specifically adjectival properties. And so considering the participle as a type of switch, it would carry an UV feature, allowing it to merge with the verbal structure, but also an A feature, which will project. Of course, the participle is very complex, and maybe we need to discuss more the nature of this category, but for now, following also Panagiotis, we are using this A feature, thinking that it has more to do with an adjectival category. But anyway, since this is an interpretable feature, the derivation is now considered an adjectival one, and the next head should carry then a new A feature and not a UV one. And the reason this operation is successful in preserving the derivation in a passive is because the nominal structures do not need an external argument. And in fact, Panagiotis also resorts to a similar thinking when analyzing the infinitival nominalizations in Spanish. We can see that when you have an active sentence such as here in the left, and it's converted into an infinitival nominalization, the external arguments is not necessary anymore. And this, according to Panagiotis, is an instance in which the external argument is made unnecessary through the merge of a switch, which in this case is realized as the infinitive. So we are applying the same reasoning into the analytical passives. And this similarity, this kind of a connection between passivization and nominalization is a welcome one for us, because the switch is formally defined as a functional categorizer. So the main difference between the switch and the basic categorizers such as little v or n is that the switch always converts a functional head. So it's more up in the structure, but it's basically a categorizer just as v. And if we apply this, the proposal can keep the parallel with the synthetic passives, because they will be built identically, differing only at a particular point, which is when there is an issue to be solved, and they will be then different strategies. Well, after the merging of the switch, if we move forward, the structure is now formally a nominal or adjectival one. but the goal was to build a verbal structure. So we have to insert a new little v, which will be realized as the auxiliary. This is not a new conversion. This is a new little v head actually, and then the entire participial structure would be seen as its objects, actually, its complements. And that's why we have then these two split forms of the verb, the participle and the auxiliary. And this new verb would also need its extended projection, of course, and this ensures its finite form. This will be the basic derivation. Again, it's simplified, but the more important things are here. So now we can see the V here and the other members of the extended projection with UV, but here we also have an A feature. So this participle here is actually formally defined as a nominal and as an adjectival. But since this doesn't need an external argument, the derivation may move forward, and we have now the auxiliary verb to keep forming the verbal structure that wasn't originally intended. This is the basic proposal. So now I would like to say some final thoughts. Just to recap, the goal here was to establish a formal identity between the synthetic and analytical passives, based on the idea that they are both alternative realizations for the same kind of structure. And then we established the synthetic passives as applying a dummy argument, and the analytical passives change the nature of the verbal structure to bypass the need for an external argument in a different way. This preserves their identity, and we think there is also other beneficial consequences, such as capturing parts of the similarity between passives and nominalizations. But of course, this is a work in progress, and we still have to think about some other things. For example, why do some languages have just one or the two passives? What determines their distribution? So this is something that we need more data to try to find an answer. We have some clues. Abraham 2006 argues it has something to do with the diachrony of languages, but we still need to investigate more. And also, as I've said, it's possible to project a biphrase sometimes. This also is prone to variation. So it's something for us to explore a little bit more in the future. So thank you very much for your attention. These are my references. And yeah, all questions are welcome.
We now move into the question and answer part of the presentation.
Thank you for your talk. Do I have an echo? I seem to. Can you hear me with an echo or clearly? No? Hello? Yes? Okay, I think the echo is gone now. Again, thank you. Since this went fast and it's early in the morning, I may not have followed properly, but it seems to me that one interesting difference between the two types, which shows up also in the nominal version, is the reappearance of the subject as an oblique argument. So in other words, you certainly in the nominal cases, you could say, I don't know, o tocar da guitarra do João, and there you get the subject back. And in one of the passive forms, a guitarra foi tocada pelo João, versus the other one, toca-se a guitarra. There, I don't think you can get the subject if it is the same construction you're getting. So why is it that in some cases, if they're so parallel, in some cases you get the subject back, in others you don't? I mean, by getting the subject, I mean you get the argument that shows up as an oblique in one case, but not the other. Did I follow you?
Yes, I understand the question. So you're asking why can we have these oblique external arguments in analytical passive but not in the synthetic? So yeah, this is something that we need to investigate a bit more for the future. This actually happens in Portuguese. There is this distinction, and we actually want to understand why. But if we take a look, for example, at the diachrony of Portuguese, we have data in which we had this oblique argument, this oblique external arguments with synthetical passives. This has disappeared with time. But yeah, there was a time when this happened. So it seems for us, we cannot rule out the possibility of this oblique argument with the synthetic passives. And also, if we take a look at other languages, since we are treating all of the synthetics, both clitics and with affixes as the same kind of passive, we can find this oblique argument with synthetic passives, for example, in Latin. So for us, it seems it does at principle, because we haven't really finished this investigation, but for us, it seems in principle that it is possible for us to project these external arguments, these oblique external arguments, but specific factors in each language could influence if this is available or not. At the moment, this is our initial idea for that, but we actually need to investigate more on the matter.
I think we had a question from Patricia.
I have a comment on the Latin data. In Latin, the synthetic passive is a verbal passive, so it's got verbal endings and it's integrated into the verb stem. And it's only the perfect forms that have an auxiliary. And so so they're not in, I mean, to say that they're in complementary distribution is correct. They're just different aspects of the same verb, but they're analyzed as part of the same paradigm. So the synthetic Latin form is not similar at all to the same forms that you have in current Romance, if you really look at them morphologically. So that's a comment on Latin. And another comment is that Cinque, 88, in her LI paper, looked in detail at the se in Italian, and he showed that there's two cases, one that looks a bit like a passive and one that looks a lot like an impersonal. And he has a lot of very interesting tests to distinguish the two. And what can be shown is that one of them can be controlled, because in one case the se is a passive morpheme, and one of them cannot be controlled, because in that case the se is a nominative pronoun. So I think it would be interesting, particularly in connection with the differences with the agent phrase, to look at Cinque in more detail.
Okay, so thank you very much for the contribution. I will certainly take a look. I think I've read some of these papers from Cinque, but not all of them. And about Latin, yeah, maybe it was not the best way to describe it. I was trying to say that they are this complementary distribution based on the idea that, well, when one is used, the other is not one, but maybe we can find a better way to explain it. And yeah, in this paper that we are following, the Gonçalves 2021 and Gonçalves and Armelin, we actually argued for the similarity between Latin and Portuguese in these synthetic passives, even though they have different exponents. We argued that there are a similar structure, but unfortunately, yeah, it's not possible to talk about all of this here. But yeah, thank you for the contributions. We'll certainly look at it.
We still have time for one more question, and I would like to remind all of those following us in YouTube that you can also ask questions via the chat. We're monitoring the questions, and we'll just let the speaker know about them if there are any. Well, we don't have questions, but we have a comment by Paula Roberta Gawai Armelin. Thank you very much for this great meeting. And if there are no further questions, let's please thank our first speaker again. Thank you very much, please.
Thank you.
If you could just bear with me for a minute. Georgios, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hello, buenos días.
Okay, I
Buenos
can see
días.
our next two speakers online. You can begin sharing your screen anytime you're ready. Okay, so our next talk for the day is by Aretousa, Giannakou, and Georgios. Subject position in Greek, in Spanish and Greek monolingual and contact settings. And we can begin as soon as you're ready.
Hello, everyone. Buenos días a México. My name is Aretousa Giannakou. Can you hear me?
Sorry. Could you set your presentation to full screen, please?
It is in full screen. Is it okay now?
I think Aretousa usually it isn't in full screen. Maybe you should go down. Κάτω, εκεί, ναι, πάτα αυτό.
Is it okay now?
No. We can see the preview on the left. It's not in full screen.
Okay. So I don't know how to do it. Share. So I can see it in full screen now.
You can see because we can see the preview panel on the left. Maybe
Yeah,
you can hide it in some way.
I can see it in full screen, so I don't know what to do. Do you want to open it, George? Maybe.
Yeah, I will try.
If you share the PowerPoint and then you go into full screen, then you can see it in full screen on the. So you first have to share the PowerPoint in its normal shape, and then you go full screen.
So I share the PowerPoint. Yes. And now I go in full screen. I can see it in full screen now, but you can't, right?
I think we should go on. I think it's visible enough, but thanks anyway.
Okay, sorry about that. So today we will talk to you about subject position in Spanish and Greek monolingual and contact settings. The study aims to capture linguistic variation in subject placement in Greek as an immigrant heritage and second language in the context of migration in contact with Spanish in Chile. The study is conducted within the framework of the interface hypothesis, according to which linguistic phenomena at the interface between syntax and pragmatics, discourse pragmatics, are particularly vulnerable in language contact situations. The present study is exploratory and investigates the phenomenon of subject-verb inversion in Greek-Spanish bilinguals. It thus considers two typologically similar null-subject languages, Greek and Chilean Spanish. It focuses on Greek as a heritage immigrant and A2 language, with Spanish as the dominant language. The study investigates subject position in relation to verb type and definiteness. Definiteness of the subject is a relatively understudied factor influencing word order in Greek and Spanish. Now, null subject languages like Greek and Spanish allow null subjects and also.
Sorry for interrupting you.
Yeah.
So we cannot see the slides changing.
Oh.
We see the first slide only. I don't know why. Maybe I will try to share my screen.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Okay, sorry about that.
Sorry about that. Yesterday, I didn't have any problems with the presentation.
Can you see the full screen now?
Yes, it's full screen.
Perfect.
Okay.
Mhm.
So maybe I will change the slides for Aretousa. So you read the introduction and you're here, the aims and scope, or before?
Yes, the next one, please.
Next,
Mhm.
background.
Yes, so I was here. Null subject languages like Spanish and Greek allow null subject and allow inversion between verb and subject, a fact that has been related to the availability of a bird case marking and rich subject-verb agreement. Next. In both languages, the default canonical word order in unfocused declarative contexts is SV or SVO, but non-canonical orders are also permitted. So the position of subject may be pre-verbal or post-verbal depending on verb transitivity, verb class, information structure, and definiteness of the subject. Verb class and focus structure have been widely identified as the two major factors correlating with subject order. So SV and VS alternations are allowed, and as we will see, VS order is favored for unaccusative verbs and indefinite subjects. Next. So the canonical VSO sentences are the most frequent in both Greek and Spanish, as we can see in the example. Next. We have the intransitive verbs. Intransitive verbs are those which do not combine with an object. Not all intransitive verbs behave syntactically alike. We have two subclasses, an accusative and an ergative verbs, according to the unaccusative hypothesis as formulated by Perlmutter. And here we can see some examples of unaccusative and anergative verbs. The difference between these verb classes is not categorical, as we find differences within verb classes as well. Next. The difference between an accusative and an ergative verbs involves the interface between syntax and lexicosemantics. The subject of the unaccusative verb is placed in post-verbal position. This is the unmarked option. In the literature, we see that since the grammatical subject of unaccusatives bears the thematic role of theme rather than agent, as do anergatives, the subject is equivalent to the direct object in the structure. Next. Here we can see some examples in Spanish and in Greek. The examples here also showcase the information structure in Spanish and Greek in broad focus or neutral contexts. We can clearly see that unaccusatives require VS, while anergatives require SV in Spanish and Greek. Next. There are some differences between Greek and Spanish in narrow focus, but as they're not relevant in this study, we can move on. So next. Next. We will not address narrow focus here. Next. So apart from the thematic properties of the verb, another important factor that influences subject placement is taken into account in this study is definiteness of the subject. The role of definiteness has been understudied so far in word order in Greek and Spanish bilinguals. Definite subjects are more often in pre-verbal position in a sentence, while indefinite subjects are preferred in post-verbal position. And definiteness is assumed to be located at the interface between syntax and discourse pragmatics and external interface, because it has to do with contextual information. The definite determiner is usually used to refer to previously mentioned or known antecedents, whereas the indefinite determiner is used to introduce new reference into the discourse. So this may be a vulnerable area in bilingualism, as we will explore here. In these examples, we can see the general pattern that we observe in both Greek and Spanish. Of course, this pattern is not categorical, but this is the general tendency that we may observe in both languages. Next. Previous studies on word order in heritage languages have consistently found that word order is influenced by the contact language. There are many research studies on heritage and L2 languages in contact with English on subject-verb inversion, and several studies on heritage and immigrant Greek in contact with English. Most of them also were conducted with children. And the finding across the board was an overuse of pre-verbal subjects compared to monolingual counterparts, which was reasonably attributed to influence from dominant language, English, which does not allow post-verbal subjects. To our knowledge, the subject position, considering the effect of definiteness, has not been studied for bilingual Greek speakers with Spanish as the dominant language. Next. So let's focus on the interface hypothesis, which is a very influential theory, according to which phenomena located at external interfaces, and specifically at the syntax discourse pragmatics interface, which is relevant here, are expected to be problematic in the performance of bilingual speakers, either because of bilinguals' less detailed knowledge or less automatic access to computational constraints within the language module, or because they have fewer cognitive resources available than monolingual speakers. Next. There's a study on heritage Spanish in contact with Dutch on 3 factors determining subject position in Spanish: verb type, focus, and definiteness. So they found that heritage speakers of Spanish had monolingual-like knowledge of the effects of verb type and focus, but not on the effect of definiteness of the subject. So in this study, the heritage speakers overgeneralized post-verbal subjects, and the researchers also found vulnerability of the definiteness, which was a partial support for the interface hypothesis. Next. The study focuses on Greek as a heritage and immigrant language in Chile. Heritage language is broadly defined here as a language other than the majority official societal language spoken by immigrants and their children. Greek as an immigrant and a heritage language has been recently started to receive more research attention from a formal perspective. We cite some works here, but it is a relatively understudied field. In fact, very little is known on Greek as a heritage or a minority language in the context of migration, in contact with Spanish. Next. And especially in the Latin American context, where Greek communities have been established since late 19th century, as in the case of Chile. In Chile, there are 8 officially established Greek communities across Chile, as we can see on the map, but relatively few speakers of Greek. There is an estimate of 1,000 people of Greek origin living in Chile and fewer speakers. Next. So in this study, we included 3 different groups of Greek and Spanish bilinguals who speak Greek as a minority, a family language in the context of migration. There are 3 bilingual domains: L1 attrition, heritage bilingual, L1 acquisition, and late L2 acquisition. So the bilingual participants were first generation of immigrants in Chile, Greeks monolingually raised. Heritage speakers, typically second generation of immigrants, simultaneous or early bilinguals. A few third generation of speakers were included too in this group, insofar as they had acquired the heritage language naturalistically at home. And third, heritage L2 speakers, these are third generation of speakers, L2 speakers who have learned Greek through instruction, as well as L2 speakers who speak Greek for family reasons. It should be noted here that the immigrant speakers are the main source of linguistic input for heritage speakers, and very often for L2 speakers as well in this social linguistic context. Next. We take into account the heterogeneity of populations of heritage speakers. There's individual variation, individual variability. Our approach was ethnographic. We collected detailed sociolinguistic information. We avoided written tasks. The tasks were only oral, and we also measured proficiency, heritage speakers and L2 speakers proficiency based on a grammaticality index. Next. So we wanted to see whether Greek in contact with Spanish is different from baseline Greek in SV vs distribution of third-person subjects, and if so, if there are differences, why, what causes divergence. Next. So generally, as the two languages behave alike with regard to the position of subjects, we expect to find no significant differences between monolingual Greek and Spanish, and no major differences either between groups of monolinguals and bilinguals, except cases of linguistic phenomena that involve the external interface of syntax and discourse pragmatics. So following the interface hypothesis, we predict that the bilingual speakers may deviate from monolinguals or baseline speakers, not in the distribution of verb type, as this involves an internal interface, but probably in the effects of definiteness of the subject, because this involves the syntax discourse pragmatics interface. If this prediction of the interface hypothesis is correct, then there may be differences in the bilingual performance in relation to definiteness of the subject, potentially due to more text processing resources. So in short, there may be a definiteness effect in the distribution of SV and VS order. Next. The data of the study involved production data, in particular semi-spontaneous speech. We elicited narratives from 116 participants. You can see the numbers here. There's also a wide age range. This is because the task was part of a larger project. The age of the participants at the testing was also examined with the same data, but we don't report this data on the age factor here. Next. Oral production data were obtained from oral narratives using 2 picture story description tasks with animal characters. Most previous research on subject position has been conducted with using acceptability judgment tasks. So our data reflect a more naturalistic use of the language. So the participants were presented with this series of pictures, and they were instructed to narrate a brief story with each sequence. This is the horse story. Next. And this is the cat story. The use of picture sequences helps participants to avoid memory constraints, since the content they had to narrate was constantly visible to them. Next. We collected 232 narratives in total, and we analyzed 1,525 clauses with lexical subjects. We excluded relative clauses and other elements. Next. The database included annotation of all this information. Next. We can skip these numbers. Yes, please. Yes, and we used binomial logistic mixed effects models using R for the statistical analysis. Next. So this is an overview of the results regarding subject position. We can see that in all groups of speakers, the pre-verbal subjects are preferred. Next. And as regards definiteness, definite subjects were used much more than indefinite subjects, and this was expected since the story characters are first presented with an indefinite subject, and then once the character is established, it is no longer a new reference, then definite subjects are used to refer back to them for a reference reintroductions. So this general pattern is expected. Next.
5 minutes left.
Thank you. So analysis on the predicted probabilities of position, definiteness, and groups of speakers showed this pattern here. We observed that in all groups of speakers, in Spanish monolinguals and the Greek-speaking groups, except heritage speakers, there is a statistically significant difference in the preference between definite and indefinite subjects in pre-verbal position. All the groups prefer to use the definite subject in pre-verbal position in SV order, and this is according to the theoretical literature, as we saw before. However, click, George. The effect is not significant in the group of heritage speakers, which means that they did not show a significant preference between definite and indefinite subjects in pre-verbal or post-verbal position, in contrast to the other groups. So this indicates optionality in heritage speakers. They seem to use more post-verbal definite subjects, maybe pre-verbal indefinite subjects. Next. So we have collected some examples on this phenomenon on VS order. Next, if we have time, we can see them later on VSO orders and VOS. Perfect. Now, as regards the verb type, we looked at existential verbs apart. Existential verbs are unaccusatives. So we had existential, unaccusative, unergative, and transitive verbs. The interactions clearly show that existential verbs were mostly used with post-verbal indefinite subjects, and the same holds for the other unaccusative verbs. And unergative and transitive verbs did not show a clear preference in picking a definite or indefinite subject in SV order. This is a general picture of the data, of course. Next. Finally, the interactions between groups of speakers and type of verb are shown in this graph. The general pattern is the same in all groups. We didn't find any statistically significant differences between the groups of speakers. So bilinguals patterned like monolinguals, Spanish and Greek monolinguals alike as well. And this is in line with the theoretical literature, according to which transitive and unergative verbs tend to appear with pre-verbal subjects, while unaccusatives and with post-verbal subjects. This pattern is typically described in the literature. Next. Our research question was whether Greek in contact with Spanish is different from baseline Greek in SV vs distribution of third-person subject with regard to verb class and definiteness. So with regards to verb class, we didn't find any differences in bilinguals, but with definiteness, we did find some optionality with SV and VS orders and definite, indefinite subjects, which suggests performance at chance level with regard to subject position and definiteness compared to the other groups. In other words, heritage speakers do not show knowledge of the distinction between definite and indefinite subjects. Next. The results of the heritage speakers data showing optionality with regard to subject position and definiteness cannot be explained with transfer from Spanish, of course, but may be interpreted in the light of the interface hypothesis. Subject definiteness is a syntax-discourse pragmatics interface phenomenon. And according to the interface hypothesis, the ability to coordinate syntactic and pragmatic or contextual information in real-time performance is affected by the simultaneous activation of the two linguistic systems, which implies an increased processing load. Linguistic domains that are more vulnerable can be affected, such as the position of the definite or indefinite subject, which belongs to the syntax discourse pragmatics interface. So why we have this finding in the heritage speakers groups and not in the other groups of bilinguals? So our interpretation is the following. The group of heritage speakers instantiates a more prolonged and intense language contact situation between Spanish and Greek compared to first-generation immigrants and L2ers, since heritage speakers are simultaneous or early sequential bilinguals. So the language contact effects are more intense. Next. In conclusion, our findings support the predictions of the interface hypothesis. In SV and VS distribution, bilingual speakers perform monolingual-like on the distinction of verb type. They use SV with transitive and interrogative verbs and VS with unacusatives. While the other important finding is that bilingual speakers may deviate from the relevant baseline knowledge in the effects of definiteness of the subject. This is a phenomenon at the syntax discourse pragmatics interface, an external interface, a vulnerable domain in bilinguals. So we have this definiteness effect in the performance of curated speakers, which affects subject position. Previous studies have also reported non-monolingual-like knowledge of the effect of subject definiteness in the study that I mentioned before by Van Oosten-Sleeman on curated Spanish. But of course, we need more empirical research to address further this issue. Thank you. Thank you very much for your attention.
So now we have time for questions.
Ευχαριστούμε. Thank you.
Once again, I would like to remind the people following us in YouTube that they can address their questions to the speakers via the chat. Well, if there aren't any questions, let us thank the speakers again.
Thank you very much for your comments on the chat. Thank you.
Yeah, there was a last-minute comment thanking the presenters for the research. So just let me read it before we move to the last talk of this block. You've done a good research, interesting conclusions. So thanks again to Aretousa, Giannakou, and Georgiou.
Thank you very much. Ευχαριστούμε.
Thank you very much. Hasta luego.
Hasta luego. Voy a cambiar ahora a español. Yasmín Ramos está aquí. Sí, lo que pensé. Voy a pasar al frente. ¿Qué me querías mencionar algo?
El recuadro estaba tapando la imagen del ponente anterior. Pero cuando lo minuté,
¿Lista? Pues la presentadora se está preparando. No sé si estamos listos, Yasmin. Bueno, pues les agradezco nuevamente a todos los que nos acompañan en este tercer bloque de ponencias de la primera sesión del día de hoy del tercer encuentro de lingüística formal. Y como última ponencia de este bloque tenemos a Yasmin Ramos de la Benemérita Universidad Autónoma de Puebla con la presentación Estructuras de aproximación e imprecisión, el caso de cómo, como qué. Yasmin.
Bueno, muchas gracias, muy buenos días a todos. Como ya decía el doctor Rodrigo, mi tema está titulado Estructuras de estimación e imprecisión, el caso de cómo y cómo qué. Es un trabajo que he estado llevando a cabo como parte de mi tesis de licenciatura. Entonces, la retroalimentación también me haría mucho bien. Muchas gracias. Bueno, parece que no pasa la presentación. No sé si ustedes... Ok. Bueno, en primer lugar, este estudio está basado en el análisis de la estructura como, en el dominio del sintagma nominal y de cómo que en el dominio del sintagma verbal. Entonces, es un análisis bastante amplio en realidad. Entonces, también intentaré como ir con los ejemplos y con la propuesta de análisis también para no robar mucho tiempo, ¿no? El principal objetivo de este análisis que estoy llevando a cabo es esclarecer el lugar de la derivación en el que operan ambos, ¿no? Es decir, uno por su lado en el sintagma nominal y el otro por su lado en la oración. Y por lo tanto, pues esclarecer la distribución sintáctica de ambos, ¿no? Ahora, nuestro segundo objetivo es determinar si ambas estructuras, es decir, cómo en el sintagma nominal y cómo que en el sintagma verbal, comparten la misma función y, de no ser así, explicar de dónde viene la diferencia entre ambas y pues proponer, por supuesto, una distribución para cada uno. Y bueno, mi principal, pues, lo que más espero de este análisis también es que se pueda hacer una generalización sobre otras estructuras de este mismo tipo en español. Y bueno, en general, hay estructuras que ya llevan tiempo estudiándose en la lingüística, que muchos han dado en llamar aproximativos, otros llaman estructuras aproximantes, otros las llaman estructuras de imprecisión. Yo aquí voy a darles el nombre de aproximativos, que es el nombre que les da García Medal en una clasificación que hizo a finales de los 90. Y bueno, García Medal coloca al cómo dentro de la clasificación de aproximativos neutros. Existen otros tipos como los que son negativos. En este grupo estarían casi, por ejemplo, si yo digo compré casi 20 kilos de harina, diría que no compré 20 kilos de harina, sino que compré algo cercano, ¿no? Y en el caso de cómo, yo puedo decir compré como 20 kilos de harina y puedo decir que no sé si compré más o compré menos, pero que no sé si compré exactamente 20 kilos de harina, ¿no? Y luego están los positivos, que son los que van por encima. Entonces, si yo digo compré 20 y pico kilos de harina, lo que quiero decir es que compré más de 20 kilos, no sé cuánto más, pero que compré más. Bien, entonces más o menos ese es el marco general. Entonces, aquí hablamos un poco sobre los antecedentes del cómo en la gramática, porque como sabemos tiene tantas funciones que pues hay que ver más o menos por dónde andamos nosotros. En este caso, vemos al adverbio, esto es sacado de la RAE, también de Bosque y de Monte. En los casos de la función de adverbio, tenemos casos como estaba como triste, no se ve un tipo de atenuación. Luego tiene como 5 años, que dice la RAE es un caso de aproximación, que ya vemos que se va acercando a lo que nosotros estamos viendo. Luego haremos cosas divertidas como nadar y bailar, que es ejemplificación. Luego están los casos de relativo en lo hice como me dijeron, que es modo, hizo como si nada hubiera ocurrido. Aquí es interesante porque la RAE también habla de estas construcciones que se hacen con como sí y como qué, pero solamente se aborda esta idea de que indican suposición o hipótesis, ¿no? Y luego están esos, como decía mi abuelita, ¿no? Que es también modo, a fin de cuentas, ¿no? Luego la preposición, en ejemplos como Juan vino como acompañante de María. Luego como conjunción, es tan hermosa como su madre, que aquí importante, que es la comparativa de igualdad. Y luego, como no me avisaron, no asistí a la fiesta, que es una subordinada casual, ¿no? O sea, está funcionando como una partícula que permite la subordinación, ¿no? Ahora, vamos a comenzar con los ejemplos que yo he tomado para mi análisis. Primero vamos con el cómo en el sintagma nominal. Ahora, lo que observamos nosotros es que en este tipo de ejemplos siempre se da la secuencia cómo más un numeral más un sustantivo. ¿Ok? Y esto teniendo en cuenta que tiene que tener una lectura aproximada, ¿no? Una lectura no exacta. Entonces, aquí están los ejemplos, como compré como 2 kilos de manzana, es decir, compré algo parecido a 2 kilos de manzana, pudo haber sido más, pudo haber sido menos, pero sabemos que no son exactamente 2 kilos, ¿no? Luego, compré como unos 2 kilos de manzana. Ahora, cuando estaba comenzando a hacer esta investigación, llegó un momento en el que, por supuesto, la forma en que yo veía el objeto de estudio, pues se iba viciando, ¿no? Entonces, lo que hice a partir de cierto momento de la investigación fue que apliqué un instrumento más para yo poder saber cuáles estructuras eran aceptadas por los hablantes y cuáles no, porque algunas a mí ya me parecían tan normales que yo decía, no, esto sí se puede, pero después me di cuenta de que realmente no eran aceptadas, ¿no? Entonces, esta estructura compré como unos 2 kilos de manzana, donde como convive con el artículo indefinido, es bastante aceptada, está bastante extendida. Y bueno, en el caso de compré como los 2 kilos de manzana, donde está el determinante definido, es completamente inaceptable. Luego compré los como 2 kilos de manzana, también inaceptable, y compré como algunos 2 kilos de manzana, por supuesto, inaceptable, ¿no? Ahora, ¿qué es lo que notamos a partir de este pequeño análisis? Pues que la pieza léxica como acota el alcance del numeral. Esto en los casos de sintagma nominal, ¿no? O sea, el numeral que está modificando, el que está dominando en la derivación, ¿no? Y hace que la oración sea interpretada con un rasgo de aproximación. Ahora, ya autores como Norbert Korbert, también como García Medal, habían hablado de este llamado rasgo de aproximación, ¿no? De que existía una categoría también donde se englobaban estas partículas que tienen como finalidad, pues, cambiar el significado del sintagma y hacerlo aproximado. Entonces, pues ya más o menos vamos asentando eso también, ¿no? Luego, aquí vienen los casos de cómo que en el sintagma verbal. Ahora, ¿qué pasa con el sintagma verbal? Que siempre es necesario que cómo vaya acompañado de qué. O sea, no puede ser cómo, tiene que ser cómo que, siempre que queramos que, una vez más, la lectura sea inexacta o aproximada, ¿bien? Y entonces la secuencia siempre es cómo que más el verbo. Y yo partí, de hecho, este fue el primer caso que yo había revisado, porque es muy común que se diga como que me voy a enfermar o como que va a llover. Es muy común. Entonces, pero lo interesante de aquí es que, pues en general no esperamos que cómo vaya a inicio de la oración. O sea, no es algo con lo que comenzaríamos, ¿no? Pero decir como que me voy a enfermar para iniciar una conversación o decir como que va a llover está más que aceptado, no hay ningún problema. Pero también nos da, no sé si les da a ustedes la impresión de que cuando digo como que me voy a enfermar, lo que quiero decir es parece como que me voy a enfermar, ¿no? O sea, como que hay un verbo ahí que está subordinando a este como que, pero de todos modos es completamente aceptable que yo diga como que me voy a enfermar, ¿no? Entonces, aquí vemos algunos otros ejemplos en parece como que me voy a enfermar. Ya vimos que hay compatibilidad con estos verbos que expresan modalidad epistémica, pero en realidad lo que ocurre es que solamente acepta verbos del tipo parecer, lucir, este tipo de planteamientos en los que tú no estás seguro de lo que va a pasar, sino que ves señales de que esto va a pasar. Entonces, ¿qué es lo interesante de los casos con como que, o sea, en los sintagmas verbales? Que el hablante siempre tiene que ver por sí mismo o experimentar a través de sus sentidos, del cuerpo, de la vista, de lo que sea, algunas señales que le den, pues sí, la pista de que esto que va a enunciar va a pasar, pero como no está completamente seguro, lo atenúa, por así decirlo, con el como que. Entonces yo puedo decir como que me voy a enfermar porque hoy amanecí con la garganta irritada o con un poquito pues no sé, de escurrimiento nasal, pero yo no sé si me voy a enfermar realmente, tal vez ahí se queda y no pasa nada. O igual como que va a llover si yo veo que está nublado, pero también no estoy segura de si va a llover. O sea, solo veo señales y digo, como que va a llover o como que me voy a enfermar, ¿no? Ahora están también estas oraciones que también revisamos con nuestros hablantes, que también aceptaron, como que creo que me voy a enfermar. Parece que completamente aceptable también. Y ahora aquí, este punto de que parece no estar tan relacionado, ahorita vamos a ver los casos puente, que dice como que sabe apoyo. Este es un caso particularmente importante porque una vez que estaba ya avanzado el estudio, nos dimos cuenta de que existían este tipo de casos que están pues en el borde, ¿no? Entonces estos son los que vamos a ver aquí, que son las secuencias puente, que solo funcionan con estos verbos como de percepción, pero más de los sentidos, o sea, que están relacionados a olores, a sabores, a sensaciones. y a los que se les agrega como y después el sustantivo. Por ejemplo, sabe como apoyo, que podemos ver en contraposición a sabe apoyo. Uno es, hay un sabor tal que es el sabor apoyo, y esto que estoy probando se parece a eso. No es sabor apoyo definitivamente, pero se parece. Y además, una vez más, el hablante conoce ese sabor tal que es el sabor apoyo y lo ha experimentado, lo ha conocido, y por eso puede hacer esta aseveración. Lo mismo en casos como huele a lavanda. Pero ya no funciona, por ejemplo, con el último ejemplo en C, que es salta como canguro. Ya no es lo mismo. ¿Por qué? Porque este tipo de oraciones como la C ya caen más en el caso de las comparativas de igualdad. Y entonces fue aquí que ya en últimas instancias también nos comenzamos a preguntar, ya también nos dirán ustedes, si en realidad esta característica de aproximación que tiene el cómo, tanto en sintagmas nominales como en sintagmas verbales, no viene de las comparativas de igualdad, ¿no? Que al final parece que por ahí va, ¿no? Ahora vamos a ver una pequeña aproximación al problema que hicieron unos autores que se llaman Martín y Muñoz, ahí apenas en el año 2020. Ellos proponen, partiendo de la idea de que existen oraciones del tipo cientos de personas, en las que por alguna razón el numeral sí puede albergar la morfología plural, que pues en general eso no pasa, ¿no? O sea, si yo digo unas 20 personas, 20 se tiene que quedar en singular, y el que está albergando la morfología plural es en realidad el determinante indefinido, ¿no? Entonces, a partir de estos tipos de casos, ellos proponen unas estructuras que ellos llaman aproximativo indefinidas, justo como unas 20 personas, y proponen que en realidad el determinante indefinido se inserta en el sintagma para albergar la morfología del plural, no porque en realidad sea necesario, por así decirlo. Ahora, aquí, por ejemplo, vemos que en el caso de cientos de personas, ciento sí puede albergar la morfología, entonces sí se le agrega el plural, ¿no? Pero para que esto ocurra, ellos dicen que ocurre una operación que ellos llaman aproximación, es decir, que el numeral pasa por esta maquinita llamada aproximación, y que pues la consecuencia que tiene es que el numeral ya puede expresar la morfología plural, ¿no? Al menos en el caso de cientos, de miles, de decenas, de millones, por ejemplo, en este tipo de numerales. Pero en el caso de unas 20 personas, lo que ocurre es que como el cardinal no puede albergar la morfología plural, lo que pasa es que se tiene que insertar el indefinido, y entonces ahí es a donde va. Pero de todos modos, 20 sí pasa por la maquinita de aproximación y ya tiene una lectura indefinida, ¿no? O sea, una lectura aproximada. Esto es lo que proponen los autores, ¿no? Pero a partir de esto, bueno, aquí está mejor el arbolito, pero a partir de esto, en realidad lo que nosotros veíamos es que, pues de manera general sabemos que el determinante y el sustantivo tienen que concordar en género y número, ¿no? Así funciona en el español. Entonces, en realidad, esta morfología plural que tiene el determinante viene dada por la concordancia con el nominal, no por la existencia de este llamado proceso de aproximación, ¿no? Pero de todos modos, nosotros sí creemos que como tiene un valor aproximativo. Y la razón por la que les ponía este análisis es porque, si recordarán bien en los ejemplos, hay uno que dice, compré como unos 20 kilos de manzana. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que ocurre cuando tenemos como y unas juntos? ¿Cuál en realidad tiene el aproximativo? Como o unas. Si yo estoy diciendo, o de acuerdo a la propuesta de Martín y Muñoz, que es el mismo cardinal el que lo tiene, ¿no? Y que no tiene que ver, bueno, y según ellos tiene que ver con el determinante, ¿no? Entonces, a partir de aquí nosotros hacemos una propuesta, al menos en el campo del sintagma nominal, que es esta, que pueden ver aquí, en como unos 5 dulces, en la que la morfología plural del determinante indefinido simplemente concuerda con el del sintagma nominal, o bueno, con el del nominal. Entonces eso ya nos lo quitamos de encima. Y que, como diría Posasoyo, en realidad la semántica que tiene el determinante indefinido es eso, de no definido. O sea, entonces, en una oración, como compré como unos 20 kilos de manzana, el unos lo que tiene es una semántica de no definido. Y entonces, la partícula que en realidad está cargando con este rasgo de aproximación, que nosotros más bien decimos que es un rasgo de incertidumbre, como pueden ver ahí en el nodo aproximación, pues es el cómo. Entonces, lo que nosotros proponemos también es que si es posible decir unos 5 dulces, y también es posible decir como unos 5 dulces, este núcleo de aproximación puede tanto estar explícito como no estar explícito, pero siempre va a estar ahí dispuesto para albergar al cómo, ¿no? Como podemos ver aquí en el arbolito. Entonces, esta es una propuesta un poco más simple, pero que en realidad a nuestro parecer satisface mucho mejor pues esta distribución de cómo en el sintagma nominal. Ahora, nuestra pregunta, una de nuestras principales preguntas de investigación era, entonces, si cómo tiene un rasgo de incertidumbre en el sintagma nominal, y parece que es el mismo caso en el sintagma verbal, ¿por qué en el sintagma verbal tenemos como que, no? Y entonces, ¿hay diferencias y son los mismos? Entonces, también revisando la propuesta que hacía Avni sobre el paralelismo entre la oración y el sintagma nominal, pues hicimos la propuesta del cómo o cómo que en sintagmas verbales. Bueno, aquí está la secuencia puente, si quieren ahorita regresamos a esta. Y esta es una propuesta, o sea, un acercamiento a cómo funcionaría cómo que en el caso de sintagmas verbales. Ahora, como ustedes recordarán, en el caso de sintagmas nominales, el nudo de aproximación estaba por encima del determinante, primero porque en realidad afecta a todo lo que viene abajo, ¿no? O sea, tengo que decir como unos 5 kilos de harina o como unos 20 kilos de manzana, ¿no? Entonces, si nosotros abogamos por este paralelismo también del que hablaba Avni, nosotros decimos, bueno, entonces si yo digo que como o sea, que los dos comos, tanto el del sintagma nominal como el del sintagma verbal, tienen o sea, aportan el mismo rasgo, que es un rasgo de incertidumbre, pues tendría que darnos una pista el análisis ya planteado del sintagma nominal sobre cómo sería la distribución en el sintagma verbal, ¿no? Y en realidad parece que sí, o sea, que una vez que hicimos el planteamiento del sintagma verbal, también es bastante satisfactorio. Entonces, como pueden ver, aquí nosotros ponemos a cómo, que una vez más tiene una semántica de incertidumbre, en el núcleo de fuerza. Y pues en realidad tiene bastante sentido, ¿no? Porque pues recordemos que en la periferia izquierda es donde se junta toda la información relacionada con el exterior de la cláusula, ¿no? Entonces, yo todavía puedo, de hecho, subordinar, como aquí podemos ver, gracias, como que me voy a enfermar o como que va a llover, a un verbo del tipo parecer, ¿no? O lucir, o ese tipo de verbos, ¿no? Entonces, tiene sentido que como esté en fuerza, y que una vez más sea independiente, o sea, que esté por sí solo, y que simplemente sea un requerimiento que tiene como dentro del sintagma verbal. Entonces, nuestra conclusión a partir de esto es que en realidad como, si es el mismo, por así decirlo, que tienen un paralelismo en su función, tanto en el sintagma nominal como en el sintagma verbal, y que su semántica es una semántica de incertidumbre. ¿Ok? Entonces, les decía, hasta ahorita este es el análisis que tenemos, que para nosotros creo que ya es bastante satisfactorio, ya nos dirán también ustedes, pero bueno, aquí tenemos algunas conclusiones. Entonces, como les decía hace un momento, ¿cómo aporta un rasgo semántico de incertidumbre a los sintagmas en los que se inscribe? ¿No? Ya lo vimos en el sintagma nominal, lo que hace es brindar un rasgo de aproximación, por así decirlo, al numeral sobre el que está incidiendo, ¿no? Entonces, ya no es completamente un numeral cerrado, sino que ya podemos movernos hacia arriba o hacia abajo en esta escala de lo que implica el numeral. O sea, si yo digo como 20 kilos de manzana, ya no es 20 exacto, ¿no? Sino que hay una escala donde 20 está en el punto exacto y puedo ir hacia arriba o hacia abajo. Y esa es una cualidad de los aproximativos neutros, que es donde está como. Y bueno, en el caso del sintagma nominal, les decía, afecta directamente al numeral, mientras que en el caso del sintagma verbal, lo que se ve afectado en realidad con este rasgo es el compromiso del hablante para con lo enunciado. Porque en realidad cuando yo digo como que me voy a enfermar es, yo tengo la creencia de que me voy a enfermar, pero no me quiero comprometer tampoco a decir que sí me voy a enfermar, porque tal vez no me enfermo, ¿no? Entonces también esto es lo que implica el cómo en los sintagmas verbales. Luego, en los sintagmas nominales, en los que como convive con el determinante indefinido, hemos observado que el determinante posee un rasgo no definido. Entonces, aquí nosotros resolvemos también la idea de ¿qué pasa si yo digo, compré como unos 20 kilos de manzana? ¿En dónde está en realidad el rasgo de aproximación, ¿no? ¿Quién lo está cargando? ¿Lo tiene el unas o lo tiene el cómo? Porque yo perfectamente puedo decir, compré unos 20 kilos de manzana y todavía me sigue pareciendo aproximado. ¿Ok? Pero en realidad ahora lo que decimos es, Unas lo que tiene es un rasgo de no definido, como decía Posasoyo, ¿no? Y el que está cargando con el rasgo de no determinado, o sea, sí, con el rasgo de aproximación es el como, ¿ok? Y, bueno, como en el sintagma nominal, ya vimos, se ubica por encima del determinante, y el encargado de albergarlo, que también ya es un planteamiento que hicimos, es un sintagma al que llamamos sintagma aproximativo. Entonces ya como tal, postulamos que existe este sintagma que se llama sintagma aproximativo y que al menos en los casos de sintagma nominal es el encargado de albergar a como, y en el caso de muchos otros aproximativos, ya sean neutros, positivos o negativos, ahí es donde postulamos que se va a albergar en realidad. Y luego en los casos del sintagma verbal, el encargado de albergar a como es el sintagma fuerza, mientras tanto que se aloja en finitud. Y pues ya sabemos que es el lugar encargado de albergar las piezas que indican relaciones entre oraciones, ¿no? Entonces, pues, en realidad parece que todo cuadra, ¿no? Entonces, eso es lo que yo pienso hasta ahora. Pero bueno, eso es todo. Aquí tengo algunas referencias seleccionadas por si son necesarias. Y creo que ya. Perdón si fui muy rápido. Gracias.
Ahora tenemos tiempo para preguntas. Está primero Fernando, Ricardo y Tere.
Gracias por tu presentación. Tengo un par de preguntas.
Sí.
Primero, acabo de buscar rápido en Twitter y veo que sí es posible decir algo como compré unos como 3 kilos o hace unos como 3 meses. Entonces me preguntaba cómo podrías dar cuenta del orden allí, por un lado, y por otro, si tengo un numeral, o sea, un numeral como 328, quizá no puedo decir compré como 328 o compré unos 328, ¿no? O sea, si tengo una especie como de exactitud en el numeral, y sin embargo no me suena tan mal,
no suena raro.
Entonces, no son cosas contradictorias. ¿Cómo sería la semántica de eso? Gracias.
Sí, bueno, el primer ejemplo que me decía era como unos, ¿no? Yo también en un inicio, yo decía, a mí me suena bastante normal, ¿no? Y justamente por eso hice el instrumento y lo sometí también en este caso, 72 hablantes, me parece. En realidad, me parece que alrededor de, no sé, 15 personas tal vez aceptaron que sí les parecía normal. Pero el punto es cuando yo les digo, bueno, ¿y qué implica para ti? O sea, ¿qué lectura le das tú a unos como tal, no? Porque parece que en realidad en estos casos ya no tiene una lectura aproximada, ¿no? Sino más bien como si yo dijera, compré unos como 20, les digo, a mí me suena normal, o sea, yo digo que sí, pero no estoy segura de si la lectura es aproximada. Es decir, de si sí estoy diciendo que hay una cosa tal, que son, no sé, unos como 20 kilos de manzana. Es decir, hay una cosa que son 20 kilos de manzana y que yo compré algo diferente a eso, en el sentido de más o menos, sino que lo que compré fue algo que no es eso. O sea, no sé si me explico. Que ya no tiene que ver con el numeral, sino que tiene que ver como con el nominal en todo. Yo lo planteaba en el sentido de, digamos que yo tengo una bolsita que no son 20 kilos, sino que dicen, pues aproximadamente 20 kilos, así te la venden, ¿no? En el mercado. Y te dicen, son 20 kilos, pero tú sabes que no son 20 kilos. Entonces dices, pues compré unos como 20 kilos, ¿no? O sea, ¿sabes que es una unidad completa? O sea, eso es a lo que a mí me suena. O sea, como que compraste una unidad completa y que tú sabes que te la vendieron por 20 kilos, pero que tú sabes que no son. Es más bien como que son como, compré como fulanitos 20 kilos de manzana. O sea, yo creo que más o menos va por ahí, pero eso sí, no estoy completamente segura. Y la segunda, perdón, ¿me puedes repetir cuál era?
Si tienes un numeral como más
claro.
preciso, ¿no?
Esto viene también con un estudio que hacía Kripka sobre los numerales, que él decía, bueno, que es donde él habla de granularidad. Entonces, digamos que yo tengo, por ejemplo, un número cerrado, que es como él lo llama, round numbers, digamos 20, que sabemos que es un número cerrado, y él dice que estos números tienen una lectura tanto aproximada como cerrada, ¿no? Entonces, que 20 es tanto cerrado como no cerrado, ¿no? Pero para mí cuando me dices 20, yo digo, pues sí, es cerrado, ¿no? Yo no diría más ni menos. Entonces, justo yo cuando estaba formulando este trabajo decía, bueno, ¿y qué pasa justo con lo que dice Kripka, ¿no? Porque parece sí que es un poco contradictorio, pero los hablantes no lo rechazaron tampoco. Entonces, parece que en realidad sigue pasando exactamente lo mismo. O sea, que sí parece que en un inicio hay un poco de incompatibilidad, pero no nos suena extraño. O sea, sí es completamente definido, como Kripka decía, ¿no? Si yo digo llegaron 198 personas, es porque quiero ser completamente exacto, ¿no? Si quisiera decir que no estoy seguro, diría llegaron 200 personas y ya puedo decir que llegaron 201 o 199, ¿no? Pero le digo, los hablantes parece que sí lo reconocen como normal y que sí le sigue pareciendo aproximado. Lo que sí es que, y algo que también decía Kripka, es que la cantidad que yo puedo aceptar como más o como menos cuando se aplica el aproximativo, sí varía. Entonces, por ejemplo, si yo digo compré como 20 kilos de manzana, yo puedo aceptar tener, no sé, 18 kilos o 22 kilos. O sea, es como, hay una variación muy, muy chica, ¿no? Pero sí, espero haber resuelto su respuesta, disculpa.
Seguimos con Ricardo.
Gracias, como que creo que entendí. Pero si entendí bien en el cómo, en el sintagma nominal, ese cómo es el que expresa la aproximación.
Así es.
Y puede manifestarse abiertamente o no.
Sí.
O sea, yo puedo decir, compré como unos 20 kilos de manzanas, que no sé por qué necesito tantas manzanas, pero sí. O compré unos 20 kilos de manzanas. Si este cómo es, se puede manifestar abiertamente o no, para mí hay un contraste en compré 20 kilos de manzanas o compré como 20 kilos de manzanas. ¿Por qué ahí ese cómo se tiene que manifestar abiertamente si no hay el indefinido?
Ok, no, en realidad creo que más bien yo no me expliqué bien, pero definitivamente esto ocurre solamente en los casos en los que convive el cómo con el determinante indefinido. O sea, solo en estos casos, porque en realidad le decía, en español al menos sí aceptamos decir, compré unos 20 kilos de manzana y sé perfectamente que la lectura sigue siendo aproximativa, ¿no? El problema viene cuando conviven los dos, porque en realidad ya no sabemos cuál de los dos tiene este rasgo de aproximación, pero en realidad cuando ya entran en juego los dos, lo que pasa es que el unos ya no tiene la lectura aproximada. Entonces, solo en los casos en los que existe el unos, o sea, el determinante indefinido, ahí es donde esta posición se puede decir está o no abierta al rasgo. ¿Sí?
Tenemos una pregunta de
muchas gracias por tu presentación. Una pregunta. En los casos de expresiones como cientos, decenas, tú lo estás trabajando como numerales, o sea, tu análisis es numeral. No sé si existe la posibilidad que lo interpretes más como un cuantificador indefinido, a diferencia de 100, por ejemplo, o de 12 o de 20. ¿Sí? O sea, no es lo mismo decir tengo 100 pesos o decir no, debo cientos de pesos. Bueno, no sé si diría eso, pero no, aunque sí debo, pero no importa. O sea, no sé, se manifestaron cientos de personas, ¿no? O, por ejemplo. Y es para mi gusto más que un numeral, o sea, más que el comportamiento de un cardinal, de un cuantificador indefinido.
Sí, y en realidad, justamente por eso, yo cuando aquí puse la propuesta, le digo, fueron muchas cosas lo que nos hicieron decir, bueno, como que hay que reformular esto, ¿no? Pero en realidad esta es la propuesta que hacen estos autores, ¿no? A mí también en realidad me parecía bastante extraño, primero por la cuestión de la concordancia entre el plural, o sea, decir, bueno, sí es cierto que cientos puede albergar el plural, ¿no? Pero justo porque no es este tipo de cardinal como 20, ¿no? Entonces, estos son los arbolitos, son las distribuciones que proponen los autores, ¿no? Pero en realidad sí, como puede ver, nosotros reformulamos en gran medida esta parte para nuestro propio análisis.
Y una observación, bueno, no observación, un comentario más. En los ejemplos de parece como que, no sé si te suena redundante o enfático, porque, o sea, yo estaba pensando, por ejemplo, o sea, yo diría como que va a llover, o parece que va a llover, no parece como que va a llover, porque siento que tienen la misma función. Pero bueno, no es que lo esté pensando conscientemente cuando lo digo, pero si lo reflexiono, me parece o redundante o enfático.
Y sí, en mi caso es completamente normal, o sea, yo sí puedo decir completamente, parece que va a llover, parece como que va a llover, y también como que va a llover. Y también justo para ya deshacernos de estas, pues sí, también de la visión propia, ¿no? Después de ya viciarnos con tanto dato, también la mayoría de los hablantes, me parece que hubo tal vez 70-2 que dijeron no utilizaría parece como que va a llover, pero pues 70 de 72 dijeron que sí, ¿no? Entonces parece que sí, bastante afectados también. Parece como que sí funciona, exacto. Sí.
Bueno, muy breve la última. Por favor.
Muchas gracias por tu presentación, estuvo muy bella. Bueno, es más bien una intuición que me surgió a partir de esta distinción que haces sobre cómo cuando aparece el dominio de la frase nominal y el dominio de la frase verbal, porque creo que en la frase nominal es mucho más clara esta noción como de aproximación con respecto a cardinales específicamente, pero con la cuestión cuando se combina con verbos, me parece que sí expresa una noción de incertidumbre, pero sobre todo como que pretendes declarar que tienes argumentos para creer que lo que estás diciendo es verdad, que está más cerca de la verdad que de la falsedad. O sea, podría ser como que me quiero enfermar, pero no, en realidad no tengo ningún síntoma. Eso me suena raro. O sea, como que siento que cuando uno utiliza el como que, modificando una frase verbal, específicamente trata de comprometerse uno con la verdad de lo que está diciendo y justo es como una cuestión más aproximada a la verdad, o sea, como declarar que tengo la actitud de que tengo motivos para creer que eso es verdad. Y siento que solo decir, bueno, es que esa incertidumbre es un poco como decir, pues no sabes si sí o no, pero yo pienso que sí hay un rasgo ahí de que en realidad sí tienes motivos para creer que eso es verdad. Y ya.
Okay. Muchas gracias.
Bueno, ya vamos un poquito retrasados, entonces si alguien tiene más preguntas para Yasmín, les pediría que por favor aprovecharan el receso que tenemos ahora. Una vez más quisiera pedirles agradecerle a Yasmín por su presentación. Y tenemos un receso ahora que tendría que ser de 15 minutos. Si queremos apegarnos al horario, tendría que ser nada más de 10. Tú dinos, Tere. Y para quienes nos ven por YouTube, les recordamos que el día de hoy a las 12:30 tendremos la segunda conferencia magistral de este evento, que es a cargo de Patricia Cabrera, y es una conferencia que no pueden perderse. Entonces, los esperamos por acá a las 12:30. Muchas gracias. Sí, sí, claro, claro, claro. Yo no voy a mostrar. Pero ahorita viene algo de yo lo mando.
No hay ningún problema. Si usted
Muy buenas. ¿Me escucháis?
Y aquí en sonido. Okay. Brian, can you hear us?
Su micrófono está apagado.
Your mic is off.
How about now?
Okay.
Yeah.
Puede charlar
Perfect.
aquí.
We good?
Importante, cuando terminen esto, silencio.
Okay, pero no va a haber problema, o sea, como somos la tercera ponencia, pues bueno, la primera parte la voy a presentar yo y la segunda parte él. Así que, bueno, ¿lo vamos a poder escuchar? Okay.
Lo que vamos a hacer es, ayúdame con esto. ¿Usted da su parte?
Sí.
Habilita el micrófono de Zoom, desde luego. Yo habilito esto y lo vamos a escuchar muy bien. Ya cuando le toque a él, lo que vamos a hacer es cerrar esta computadora y vamos a trabajar con la otra, como lo hemos estado haciendo en las sesiones híbridas.
Ok.
Allá lo vamos a escuchar.
¿Y el archivo de la presentación?
Lo tiene que tener él o lo pasamos acá. Si es que ustedes lo tienen, para que lo controlen. ¿Sí?
Ok, sí.
¿Sí? Por favor, porque ahorita con esta compu en el híbrido nos está ocasionando un...
No pasa nada, lo que sea necesario.
Por favor, por eso estamos aquí, ¿sí, no?
Sí, claro, está bien.
Sí, claro. Sí.
Tim, can you hear me?
Brian is asking whether you can hear him. Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. So he's starting with the PDF and then I have to project it like via share screen.
No, we are going to do that from here.
Okay.
Tim has. Yeah, it will be easier.
Tim
has the.
That's fine. Okay. Okay. Perfect.
Cool.
Right. And is it best that I stay on through the entire session, or would you like me to leave and then connect again?
I think it will be nice if you stay for the whole session.
No, I'm like, as in, I've been watching it on YouTube, so I know that the.
No, stay here on Zoom. Yeah.
Okay.
Stay here.
¿Vas a moderar tú ahorita? Sí. Okay. Ya le dijiste.
Ya, quedamos. Dime. Creo que sí. Yo creo que ya estaba. Entonces, para las presenciales ponemos aquí las ponencias o allá.
Ahorita, ¿a qué hora te toca?
Es la primera.
Es la primera. ¿Ahorita? Ahí está. Sí, una vez. Al mediodía. Sí. Ajá.
Dime.
El archivo está aquí en el espacio.
¿Lo buscas?
Sí, claro.
Además, no.
Aquí está. Listo.
Bien.
Solo la dejo así, ¿no?
Sí.
En esta computadora. Sí.
Mejor que deje la presentación a la dictadores. Es un PDF por el lado. Si no se va a ver. Listo.
Ya que llamarle. O sea, no.
Sí. No.
Hola, ¿paso por allá?
No, está aquí, mira.
Ah, cierto. Sí, perdón. Es que vi el letrero de Zoom.
Sí, sí, sí.
No, aquí nada más hay que entrar a Zoom y compartir pantalla. Cierto, déjenme. Es esta, ¿verdad? Sí. Compartir pantalla. Ahí está. Aquí ya se ve. Y ahora sí nada le ponemos. Aquí está. Este lo puedes dejar así un cuadrito, minimizar para que no te estorbe. Y según yo.
Bueno, sí lo puedes minimizar. Sí, no,
voy a dejar, creo que de este lado visualmente estorba menos.
Sí.
Y aquí ya nada más creo que le vas dando a avanzar con esto.
¿Con cuál? Ah, ok.
Sí, con las flechas.
Muchas gracias. Sí, sí. Gracias.
Bueno, hola a todos, buenos días. Vamos a comenzar la segunda sesión del día. Vamos a escuchar hoy el momento de la maestra Gonçalves Camacho, de la Universidad Nacional Autónoma de México, quien nos va a presentar la ponencia Análisis Semántico del determinante uno que otro del español, una aproximación sobre el significado dispersivo, sobre eventos y entidades.
Sí, muchas gracias. Bueno, pues ya, ese es el título de la presentación. Entonces, a continuación vamos a ver un par de ejemplos en los que podemos identificar la ocurrencia del determinante uno que otro. En uno tenemos, en la reunión se oía solo el tic-tac del reloj y una que otra indicación hecha en voz baja. Y en dos, sobre la mesa hay uno que otro libro amarillo, no sé si el tuyo esté ahí. Bueno, la hipótesis de investigación es que el determinante uno que otro tiene la propiedad de expresar dispersión, ya sea sobre eventos o sobre entidades, y esta dispersión va a ocurrir con alcance de dos variables, que es la variable temporal y la variable espacial. Entonces, por ejemplo, de uno se entiende que las indicaciones que fueron hechas en voz baja se realizaron o bien en diferentes puntos del espacio o bien en diferentes eventos que ocurrieron distanciados entre sí con una brecha temporal. En el ejemplo en 2, sobre la mesa hay uno que otro libro amarillo, se entiende que los libros amarillos referidos están dispersos o colocados en diferentes puntos de la mesa. Bueno, entonces la pregunta que pretende responderse es si los eventos están dispersos o bien en el tiempo o bien en el espacio, o si las entidades referidas están dispersas en el espacio. Para tratar de clarificar un poco más este ejemplo en uno, podemos ver que en las imágenes se trata de clarificar o graficar de manera más explícita lo que se entiende por dispersión de eventos en diferentes puntos del espacio, tal que puede ser que una indicación fue emitida aquí, otra indicación fue emitida acá y otra acá. Esta es la interpretación a nivel espacial, o sea que los eventos se dispersan en diferentes puntos del espacio, o bien también podemos tener la dispersión en la línea temporal. Entonces la línea que tenemos aquí pretende graficar una abstracción del tiempo, tal que el evento ocurrió en este momento, posteriormente ocurrió un segundo evento de una indicación hecha en voz baja y posteriormente otro evento. Cabe señalar con esta graficación que el distanciamiento entre cada evento no tiene un parámetro establecido, es decir, el rango puede ser mayor o menor dependiendo de los eventos. Entonces, bueno, la predicción para este ejemplo es que la presencia de uno que otro permite o habilita una inferencia tal que cada evento de una indicación oída ocurrió o bien en diferentes momentos del tiempo o con emisores ubicados en diferentes puntos del espacio. Bueno, esta es la graficación con la variable temporal. A partir de aquí voy a graficarla de esta manera con esta variable. y la variable espacial. Los círculos que están graficados aquí pretenden demostrar una abstracción del espacio, y vamos a ver que con la variable espacial tenemos alcances sobre eventos y sobre entidades, tal que los eventos pueden ocurrir o bien distanciados entre sí en el espacio, o que los emisores o entidades referidas por la frase nominal están dispuestas en diferentes zonas espaciales. Bueno, el orden es el siguiente, ya planteé el problema. A continuación voy a presentar una propuesta de análisis que es más semántica que sintáctica, pero sí voy a presentar algunas pruebas sintácticas. Posteriormente voy a presentar la propuesta de Guzman y Turkey del 2019, que es el enfoque con el que estoy analizando este fenómeno. Posteriormente voy a ahondar un poco más en la semántica dispersiva de uno que otro, ya sea sobre eventos en el tiempo o entidades y eventos en el espacio. Posteriormente voy a presentar algunas pruebas que son evidencia morfosintáctica y semántica de su comportamiento, las conclusiones y la bibliografía. Bueno, la propuesta de análisis en realidad es un poco más de índole morfosintáctica. El primer argumento que trato de defender es que uno que otro es un elemento compuesto. Eso quiere decir que sus entidades o sus componentes no se analizan de forma composicional, sino que los tres elementos componen un solo ítem léxico. Entonces, tenemos en el cielo se vislumbra una que otra nube. Esto se puede comprobar porque no acepta otros elementos introducidos entre sí. No puedo decir una que fría otra nube. Asimismo, los elementos no cambian de posición, es decir, siempre tienen este orden uno que y otro. No puedo decir una que otra que una nube. Y además, los elementos, en este caso uno y otro, presentan una concordancia en género y número, lo cual sugiere que ambos están emparentados a nivel sintáctico. Asimismo, sostengo que uno que otro es un determinante. Dentro de otras pruebas que no voy a presentar aquí, tenemos, por ejemplo, que habilita sustantivos comunes como sujeto, tal que puedo decir una que otra señora se animó a cantar en el karaoke, pero no señora se animó a cantar en el karaoke. Asimismo, ocupan siempre la posición prenominal, tal que puedo decir Ana trajo una que otra canasta, pero no canasta una que otra. Y asimismo no es compatible con otros determinantes en una misma frase nominal, lo cual parece sugerir que ambos forman parte de la misma categoría gramatical. Ahora, el análisis semántico es qué información aporta el determinante uno que otro. La propuesta de análisis es que denota una inferencia de dispersión de eventos y entidades sobre las variables de tiempo y espacio, pero esta información no es de tipo veritativo condicional, sino que es un rasgo de carácter secundario. Bueno, la propuesta de Guzman y Turkey al respecto es que existen dos tipos de significado. El contenido veritativo condicional, que también denominan main point, que se caracteriza por ser más prominente, tener el rol más activo en el discurso y determinar además las condiciones de verdad en una oración. Por otro lado, definen lo que es el contenido secundario, que este es el enfoque desde el que estoy analizando esta diferencia de uno que otro, que es información menos prominente, es tangencial o parte del background, y no es la información primordial en la oración. Por ejemplo, en 3 tenemos Lola rompió la vasija. Las condiciones de verdad de esta oración es que la vasija esté rota y que Lola la haya roto. Y en 4 tenemos Lola, que tiene 9 años, rompió la vasija, ¿no? Esta oración parentética, que tiene 9 años, en realidad es información secundaria porque puede omitirse, y si se omite, las condiciones de verdad de la oración no cambian. Bueno, ahondando un poco más en la caracterización que dan de los contenidos secundarios, se definen como aquellos que son parcialmente independientes al contenido veritativo condicional, y esto es muy importante porque a pesar de que tienen parcialmente esta libertad, todavía dependen de las condiciones de verdad, ¿no? Entonces tenemos como ejemplo Lola, que tiene un gato, es feliz. Tenemos otro ejemplo de contenido secundario que son las palabras expresivas, como Paulina trajo su maldita maceta roja, donde la palabra maldita expresa una actitud negativa con respecto a esa entidad, y las presuposiciones, que son un tipo de inferencias. Ana dejó de correr por las mañanas, presupone que Ana corrió por las mañanas. Y las presuposiciones es precisamente la categoría en la que pienso que se encuentra esta inferencia, pero es una investigación que se desarrollará posteriormente. Entonces, la semántica dispersiva de uno que otro ya vimos que tiene varias, aplica diferentes variables, y voy a entender por dispersión la separación o diseminación de eventos o entidades, tal que existe un distanciamiento espacial o temporal entre los entes referidos. Bueno, entonces, la dispersión de eventos en el tiempo de uno que otro. Vamos a ver que con la variable de tiempo únicamente se puede extender la lectura dispersiva sobre eventos, es decir, los eventos denotados por la frase verbal que rigen la frase nominal introducida por uno que otro. Entonces tenemos un ejemplo como en 5, Luisa se encontró con una que otra amiga suya en el contingente de la manifestación, puede tener dos posibles lecturas, la dispersiva y la no dispersiva. En la dispersiva ocurrió más de un evento de Luisa encontrándose con una amiga y esos eventos ocurrieron en diferentes momentos del tiempo, o la no dispersiva tal que ocurrió solo un evento en el que Luisa se encontró a sus amigas y bueno, las propiedades de estas amigas o del conjunto de las amigas no las voy a detallar aquí, pero tiene otras propiedades. Entonces podemos manifestar de manera gráfica esta lectura con una ilustración como esta, tal que el evento de encontrarse una amiga ocurrió en un punto, posteriormente se encontró con otra amiga y después se encontró con otra amiga y esta inferencia la podemos además afirmar como en primero se encontró con una a las 12, después se encontró a las 12:30, etcétera, ¿no? Además, esta confirmación no parece redundante, lo cual sugiere que, a pesar de que es una inferencia marcada, todavía se puede reafirmar sin causar un tipo de redundancia. Asimismo, bueno, tenemos la lectura no dispersiva en la que solo ocurrió un evento de encontrarse con unas amigas y ese evento ocurrió en un punto temporal específico y bueno. También podemos reforzar esta inferencia diciendo a todas las vio frente al Palacio de Bellas Artes a las 12 y todavía no hay redundancia. Entonces vamos a ver que con la variable temporal tanto la lectura dispersiva como la no dispersiva es aceptable para este ejemplo. Ahora bien, la dispersión de entidades y eventos en el espacio de uno que otro. Vamos a ver que a diferencia de la dispersión con la variable temporal, en la variable espacial vamos a poder tener extensión semántica sobre entidades y eventos, tal que las entidades referidas se encuentran situadas en diferentes puntos del espacio o bien los eventos ocurrieron en diferentes puntos del espacio. Tenemos un ejemplo como en 6, en el cielo se ve una que otra nube, puede tener dos posibles lecturas, la dispersiva y la no dispersiva, tal que en la dispersiva un conjunto plural de nubes se encuentran diseminadas en diferentes puntos del espacio, o la no dispersiva, tal que las nubes referidas se encuentran únicamente en un punto espacial. Entonces, la primera lectura se trata de ejemplificar aquí, donde se puede ver que en el cielo se encuentran diferentes nubes y cada nube referida se encuentra en diferentes puntos del espacio. Nuevamente, esta inferencia la podemos reforzar sin causar una redundancia de información. Una está acá, otra está acá y otra está más allá. Asimismo, podemos tener una lectura en la que están todas juntas y la podemos reforzar diciendo que están ahí todas juntas. Ahora, ya, este ejemplo trataba de clarificar lo que es la dispersión de entidades en el espacio. Ahora vamos a ver la dispersión de de eventos en el espacio. Tenemos un ejemplo como en 7, una que otra señora aplaudió en la conferencia. Podemos tener dos posibles lecturas, nuevamente la dispersiva y la no dispersiva, tal que ocurrió en la dispersiva más de un evento de una señora aplaudiendo en la sala y cada una de ellas estaba situada en diferentes zonas del espacio, o bien que las señoras se encontraban todas en una misma área espacial. Entonces, la primera lectura, que es la dispersiva, podemos ejemplificarla aquí, donde tenemos a todas las señoras que aplauden ubicadas en diferentes puntos del espacio. Y nuevamente esta inferencia la podemos reforzar sin causar redundancia. Todas estaban dispersas en la sala. Asimismo, podemos tener la lectura donde las señoras no estaban dispersas, sino que todas estaban juntas en una zona, ¿no? Entonces, las entidades que aplauden se encuentran todas ahí situadas. Entonces, nuevamente vamos a ver que ambas situaciones son verdaderas para el uso de uno que otro, tanto las lecturas dispersivas como las no dispersivas, y aquí es interesante ver que con la variable espacial se puede extender la lectura sobre entidades, pero también sobre eventos. Entonces, dados los datos anteriores, parece plausible afirmar que uno que otro presenta la posibilidad de denotar una lectura dispersiva sobre eventos y entidades, pero no es una inferencia necesaria para evaluar sus condiciones de verdad, y esto lo podemos sostener al observar que son inferencias que podemos reforzar y que si las quitamos igual no cambian las condiciones de verdad de las oraciones. Algunas pruebas morfosintácticas que voy a presentar aquí están también declaradas en mi tesis de licenciatura, entonces no voy a abundar mucho en ellas por falta de tiempo, pero vamos a ver que la marcación de esta inferencia en uno que otro tiene manifestaciones en algunos comportamientos morfosintácticos. Por ejemplo, el hecho de que sea raro combinarlo con predicados que indican reunión de entidades. Por ejemplo, se reunió una que otra vecina en el patio, es raro, es aceptable todavía, pero es extraño. Uno que otro periodista se conjuntó en la mañanera para discutir, se conglomeró una que otra persona en la explanada del Zócalo y una que otra ave se juntó en la copa del árbol. Vemos que lo común en estos predicados es que se indica o se forza la lectura en la que todas las entidades se encuentran juntas. Sin embargo, todavía es prominente la marcación de uno que otro nivel veritativo condicional, que es que, bueno, refiere a entidades plurales, además esas entidades son pequeñas, pero bueno. Asimismo, vamos a ver que es extraño tenerla en una oración donde se complementa con un segmento que indica simultaneidad o que restringe el evento a un momento puntual, tal que es raro decir una que otra alumna desentonó el himno al mismo tiempo. En este tipo de ejemplos es interesante observar que aunque se restringe la dispersión temporal, todavía se puede entender la lectura de dispersión espacial, tal que las alumnas que desentonaron el himno todavía pueden estar ubicadas en diferentes puntos del espacio, aunque no ocurrieran en diferentes momentos del tiempo, y lo mismo ocurre con el resto de ejemplos. Juntas una que otra niña camino al metro, bueno, ahí también es raro porque podemos ver que una que otra, además de ser, a pesar de ser un elemento que expresa pluralidad, no tiene la marca morfológica regular de pluralidad, ¿no? Entonces, es extraño agregarle un complemento que sí está flexionado a una frase que no lo está. Asimismo, vamos a ver que la lectura de dispersión no puede negarse directamente, lo cual es un comportamiento regular de los contenidos secundarios, tal que si yo digo, el año pasado uno que otro departamento de mi edificio quedó vacío, o alguien no me puede responder, no, los departamentos no estaban dispersos, ¿no? Porque es extraño, o sea, es una inferencia que a pesar de que está presente en la lectura, es raro señalarla de manera directa. En este caso, lo que sí es aceptable para señalar de manera directa es el contenido veritativo condicional, tal que me pueden responder, no, en realidad ningún departamento quedó vacío. Bueno, entonces la propuesta de análisis es que uno que otro tiene una semántica compleja que tiene dos niveles de análisis. El primero, que es el veritativo condicional, tal que siempre que utilicemos uno que otro va a expresar o va a referir a entidades que son plurales, que además tienen este rasgo paucal, o sea, siempre son entidades chiquitas. Y tenemos otro nivel que es el secundario, que es el que presenta esta inferencia de dispersión sobre eventos o entidades, ¿no? Cabe decir que, bueno, aquí trato de graficar que ese contenido secundario, a pesar de que todavía no está muy marcado en el ítem, sí está presente en varios contextos, como por ejemplo al combinarlo con predicados que indican juntura de entidades. Las conclusiones es que, sí, la semántica del determinante uno que otro es compleja, ya que, bueno, nuevamente tiene elementos veritativo-condicionales y una inferencia de carácter secundario. Asimismo, esta inferencia de dispersividad está marcada al grado de que al menos es raro combinarlo con ciertos predicados que indican esta juntura de entidades, y aún queda pendiente asignar una tipología semántica a esta inferencia, ya que, bueno, ya digamos el primer paso es decir que es un contenido de carácter secundario, pero aún falta caracterizar si es una inferencia de qué tipo es, si es una presuposición efectivamente o es otro tipo de inferencia. Eso sería todo por mi parte y muchas gracias por su atención.
Muy bien, agradecemos a Ana Jessica Gonçalves por su presentación y ahora podemos pasar a las preguntas. Sí, Predicates, por favor.
Hola, tengo una que otra pregunta, jaja. Perdón. La primera es más con las pruebas morfosintácticas que mostraste. Si puedes poner la slide. Porque la de los periodistas.
Sí.
Tú indicaste que una que otra funciona, o quizá estoy equivocado, pero el ejemplo B, uno que otro periodista se conjuntaron o se juntaron con el verbo en plural, ahí para mí es mucho más aceptable.
Sí.
Y si eso sería la baja aceptabilidad de B, sería marcador, sería eso, ¿no? Okay. Es eso, funciona mejor con el verbo en plural.
Sí, bueno, esa es una cuestión que... ay, me escucho reduplicada. Ok, es una cuestión que ya habíamos previsto que podía suceder. Por ejemplo, cuando tenemos estas frases nominales como del tipo, la mayoría de los estudiantes comió, es raro, ¿no? Como que es preferible poner, la mayoría de los estudiantes comieron, a pesar de que el núcleo nominal sea mayoría, ¿no? Y que no esté marcado en plural. Sí, efectivamente se pueden escuchar ese tipo de casos, sin embargo, en la mayoría, o sea, vaya, no se descarta que sea posible hacer eso, precisamente porque la semántica de uno que otro es plural y está tan marcada que, o sea, como que uno necesita poner la S ahí, o en todo caso flexionar el verbo en plural. O sea, si yo digo uno que otro periodista llegara tarde, o sea, no hay ningún problema, sino que, o sea, digamos que por convención, si no está marcado en plural, pues el verbo tampoco lo va a estar marcado, pero también puede ocurrir que, o sea, que eso suceda.
Y si me permite, otra pequeña preguntita que quizá no es tan relevante para el análisis, pero dijiste que una que otra es un determinante.
Sí.
Pero sí puede responder a una pregunta, ¿no? ¿Cuántas señoras se animaron a cantar en el karaoke? Una que otra.
Sí.
Y en cambio, si fuera determinante, no podríamos.
Claro. Sí, bueno, es que yo me imaginaría que, o sea, sería como una frase nominal diciendo una que otra y está recuperando la entidad referida previamente. O sea, sería como un uso pronominal. Sí. Sí. Muchas gracias. Lo voy a pensar.
Ya me callo.
Muchas gracias.
Sí. Muy bien. ¿Tenemos otra pregunta, Juan? Sí, sí. Para una más.
Muchas gracias. De hecho, más que nada, es una duda que tengo yo sobre mis propios datos, pensando según presentabas. A mí me salen en construcciones existenciales, tengo dificultades. Ya hay una que otra persona en la sala. Me resulta difícil por alguna razón. Con una que otra y no con, si dijera alguna persona. Obviamente cualquier cuantificador débil ahí podría ir.
Sí.
Y por otro lado, estaba también jugando con ponerlas dentro de elementos de polaridad. Y también me sale raro. Nadie conoce solo a una que otra persona. Pero hay algo que me chirría. Entonces, no sé si has pensado o si tenéis alguna idea de por qué se está comportando, pareciera que se está comportando como un cuantificador fuerte, que no le gusta aparecer en contextos existenciales y que tampoco le gusta que ni siquiera, porque es que yo al menos no puedo tener ni siquiera una lectura donde no haya polaridad, simplemente ignoras el nadie e introduces eso como si fuera un determinante cualquiera, pero de algún modo no le gusta estar ahí, por lo menos en mi dialecto.
Sí, bueno, en los contextos de polaridad negativa no lo había considerado, pero sí es cierto que suena raro decir no hay una que otra persona, o sea, creo que es más natural decir no hay nadie. Pero sí, no lo había pensado. Sin embargo, en los contextos existenciales, a mí sí me suena. En este caso, pues habría que probarlo, o sea, porque genuinamente la mayoría de pruebas en las que, o sea, cuando trate de defender que además de ser un determinante es un determinante indefinido, justamente el contexto existencial pues es una de las pruebas más fuertes. Entonces, al menos en lo que fue el comité, jamás me señalaron como de ahí suena raro. Pero pues sí habría que probarlo a ver si es una opinión recurrente o un juicio recurrente. Gracias.
Muy bien. Tenemos tiempo para una pregunta rapidísima. Andrew. Perdón.
Muchas gracias por tu presentación. Más que una pregunta, es una sugerencia que a lo mejor ya has pensado, pero si estás pensando si este tipo de inferencia es una presuposición, pues debería seguir en el alcance de la negación, en frases condicionales y en como preguntas de polaridad. Y pues yo no tengo intuiciones, pero a lo mejor pues podrías checar este tipo de frases para ver si esta intuición sigue en estos contextos, y si sí, pues a lo mejor es una presuposición, y si no, pues puede ser otro tipo de inferencia.
Sí, muchas gracias. En realidad, o sea, digamos que toda la investigación que desarrollé en mi tesis de licenciatura es más descriptiva, o sea, como distribución morfosintáctica y un poco de la semántica. Sin embargo, ya este estadio como de tratar de asignarle una nomenclatura a este tipo de inferencia ya es algo que apenas estoy desarrollando, pero sí me sirve mucho esto. Sí, justo porque precisamente para defender que es una presuposición, pues hay que presentar pruebas, pero además también tener, para empezar, una noción de presuposición, porque tradicionalmente la presuposición se entiende como una proposición que debe ser verdadera para poder evaluar la verdad de otra proposición. Sin embargo, hay u otra perspectiva que en realidad analiza las presuposiciones simplemente como aserciones que no son, o sea, proposiciones que no son necesariamente acertadas, pero que están ahí. Entonces, sí, pues sí, muchas gracias.
Ok, muy bien, muchas gracias. Agradecemos a Lingüística Gonçalves por su presentación. Muy bien, ahora escucharemos la presentación de Ricardo Viñas-de-Puig.
Gracias. Ahí. Ahí. ¿Lo voy a aceptar o no? Ah, no se ve. Acepto. Aparece. Aceptemos, pues. Y para avanzar.
Parcializaré con 10 minutos, 25 minutos. Perfecto.
¿Vale? Perfecto.
Vale. Muy bien. Bueno, entonces, muchas gracias. Vamos a escuchar ahora la presentación de Ricardo Viñas-de-Puig, A Possession Experience, Reanalysis of Experience Predicates in Spanish and Catalan. Él es del College of Charleston.
Bueno, buenos días. Please bear with me. I'll give this talk in English, but during the Q&A, if we want to switch back to Spanish, we can, or Catalan for that matter. Before I begin, I want to make a clarification note. I'm dealing here with what I call, and other people have, experience predicates, referring to what many people in the literature call psych verbs or psychological verbs. I prefer not to use the term the term psychological or psych verbs for two reasons. The first one has to do with the experience. I contend, along with other people, that these predicates or these verbs do not express only psychological experience. This experience may go beyond the psychological, and you may have a physical experience. So therefore, I think that psych or psychological is somewhat of a misnomer. And I call them predicates because, as I will show you shortly, these can be expressed as a single verb, but also as a more complex structure, or as a more complex surface structure, if you will. So that's why I refer to these as experience predicates. So this is the outline of the presentation. I will first introduce the data that has led to the problem that I'm trying to find an answer to. Then I'll talk about the different types of experience predicates, and I will tell you which ones I'm focusing on for this presentation. I will revisit previous analysis, and I'll try to show that these seem to not be able to fully account for the problem that I'm presenting on section 1. And then I'll talk a little bit about the eventive structure of this predicate, as it may have some sort of relationship with the problem at hand. And finally, the proposal that I'm putting forth here. And I will obviously conclude with the conclusion, which are summary and conclusion. So let's look at the data, the problem. Okay, and this is something that it's interesting, well known, but to my knowledge has been understudied, and I haven't been able to find an analysis that accounts for this. So in both Spanish and Catalan, in these experience predicates, we observe different possessive interpretations with different experience predicates, right? So if you take the example in 1, me duelen las manos, there's a clear relationship of possession between the dative experiencer me and the hands. So the hands that hurt are mine, right? However, if in 1b, me asustan las manos, you only have a change in the experience, right? But this possessive relationship is lost. It is not my hands that scare me for whatever reason. It's hands in general that scare me, right? The same applies to Catalan data, and to my knowledge, it happens in other Romance languages. So that's a problem that I have not been able to find a structural analysis for, right? Why do we get these two different interpretations? This variation on the experience, on the possessive reading, sorry, depends on two factors. First, the experience root, as we saw in the example in 1. So if we change doler to asustar, we have the change in interpretation. And the second factor at hand is the possessive inalienability of the source, or what other authors have called the theme, right? So if we look at examples in 3, if I say, me duelen los comentarios racistas, it is not my racist comments that hurt me, it's racist comments in general. Even though the predicate, the verb is still doler, right? That yield the possessive interpretation if I use las manos, right? So there are two factors at hand, the experience root and the source or the theme, right? So given this, and to my knowledge, that the literature does not seem to fully explain or to explain this, the question is, I'm sorry, how can we structurally explain the relationship between the experience root, the experiencer, the dative that in some cases binds that, and the source or the theme, right? So what's happening here? How can we explain this structure? So this is the problem that I'm trying to find a solution to. Okay. There are different types of experience predicates, and this is something that is old, but I think it's kind of interesting. Experience predicates, or in the common literature, have been noted as psych verbs or psychological verbs. Oh, actually, there's psycho. I just realized now that there's a typo there. There's an extra O, but anyway, beyond the point. So these are divided canonically into these 3 different subclasses following the work by Galetti and Rizzi quite a long time ago, depending on the case assigned to the different arguments. So we have class 1, in which the experiencer bears nominative case, the accusative, the theme is an accusative case. I use source rather than theme in my terminology, but they are mutually interchangeable for the purposes of this analysis. So John Loves Mary would be class 1, class 2, nominative theme, accusative experiencer, hence scare me, that would be the case. And class 3 is when the experiencer surfaces as a dative argument and the theme or the source is nominative, right? And this is the class, the subclass of experience predicates that is common in Spanish and Catalan. It's the gustar-like class of experience predicates that I'm focusing on for this presentation, right? In the past, some authors who shall remain nameless argued or kind of said that these experience predicates can surface in 2 different ways. They can surface with experience as a full-fledged verb, like the examples A in 5 and 6. So gustar, you have an experience root that surfaces as a full-fledged verb. But in 5b, you have an experience predicate in which there is a light verb construction. The experience nominal, the experience surfaces as a nominal, and it is accompanied by a light verb, right? So me dan asco los hámsteres. Again, it's a single experience, but the experience surfaces as a nominal, right? Just as a side note, in Spanish, this light verb is to give, dar. In other Romance languages like Catalan or Italian or French, this light verb is to do, fer in Catalan, right? So what is important here to note is that they both denote a single experience, right? In that literature and following some analysis on the realization and introduction of external arguments, I contended that all these predicates can be explained by a simple basic experience structure, the one that you see in 7, in which you have, I don't know whether you can see the cursor. Yeah. So you have the experience, which is the lowest most argument, the source, and then the experiencer, which is an external argument. It behaves like an external argument. It has many of the properties experiencer arguments have. The only difference is that it bears inherent dative case. The experience can incorporate into the verb, a la Helen Kaiser in a way, and then it becomes a full-fledged verb, or it can surface the incorporation as an independent nominal, and then you have a light verb construction, right? So this is the analysis that I was working on and that I presented quite a long time ago. And I realized that this analysis does not seem to account for the different possessive readings depending on the experience, right? So if we see a contrast in one A and B from before, and we have that basic experience structure, the only thing that changes is the root of the experience, dol or sust, right? And so if that's the only thing that changes, how can we explain the different possessive readings? I don't think we can, right? And similarly, this basic experience structure does not seem to account for the different possessive readings depending on the source or the theme, right? If we have las manos, which is in the same position, how come las manos can be bound? And I might not be using the term bound in a very strict syntactic sense, but in a way, how can the experience have a relationship with the source, but not with los comentarios racistas, right? You could argue, well, because las manos is an inalienable possession nominal, so it needs to be possessed, and then the experiencer serves as that possessor, and los comentarios racistas is not an inalienable possession nominal, so therefore there's no possession, right? But there's an interesting factor that happens here. In some context, in some pragmatic context, you could have a sentence in 9a without possession. Let's say that I have some rare psychological condition, right? And hands scare me, or hands hurt me, like just the sight of hands hurts me, right? And you could say this, the sentence in 9a, me duelen las manos, but it's not my hands that hurt, it's just the sight of hands. Hands in general hurt me, right? If that is possible, and I claim that it is, then this structure does not explain the different possessive interpretations, right? So what I proposed a while back was wrong. Surprise, surprise. Okay, so thank you. So we need to come up for a new analysis that explains that variation in interpretation, right? Just a side note, and I'll go somewhat quickly about on this. Let's talk about the eventive structure of experience predicates. So it's been well attested in the literature that some experience predicates allowed for a variation between stative and eventive interpretations, right? So if you see the examples in 11, in 11a, you have a state. It's clearly a stative reading. In 11b, those damn hamsters are bothering me on purpose. The hamsters, as evil as they are creating an event that results in a state of me being bothered, right? So there's different eventive interpretations, right? And you may ask, what does this have to do with the price of bananas? Why this? So one could claim, well, maybe we only get non-possessive readings if we have eventive interpretations, right? There might be a connection between the two. The eventive interpretation of experience predicate, I contend that is a layered structure that sits on top of the stative structure. So this is the state, and then we add eventive layers that yield the different eventive interpretations. That's what I propose. Marin, following a Ranchandian model, proposes something similar. I think there are differences, but for the purposes of this, the analysis is barely the same. So you have a state, and then you add in 14 different layers, different eventive layers, right? So you may argue, okay, so maybe the eventive reading and the possessive reading are somewhat combined. Yet that doesn't seem to be the case, right? Regardless of the possessive reading, these experiences seem to be states, right? They resist temporal bounded tests, etc. Right? So we apply all the tests, which I will not do for the sake of time for this presentation. We see that regardless of the possession interpretation, these behave as states. So they are temporally unbounded. They do not have any agentic interpretation. They do not fully allow acabar de constructions. Me acaban de doler las manos doesn't work very well. Or absolute constructions. Molestados los comentarios racistas, blah, 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 doesn't seem to work either, right? What does this mean? It means that that possessive reading and the variation in the possessive reading has to be down below in the state structure, right? So that's why I think we need a new proposal. And before presenting the proposal, I'm going to tease you a little bit more, okay? Let's note an interesting contrast that I found, okay? And this has to do with the thematic interpretation of these arguments. So if we look at the examples in 17, me duelen las manos, me duelen los comentarios racistas, right? We have the same number of arguments. You have an experience that has undergone incorporation and it surfaces as a full-fledged verb, but okay, fine. But if we look at the B sentences, and the same applies for Carol, right? Los comentarios racistas in 17b behaves as the source, right? It is the source, not that triggers, but that generates that experience, that creates that pain, right? However, if we look at the A examples, the hands do not trigger thematically that experience, right? The interpretation that we get is that I feel that experience in the hands. The pain is on my hands. So thematically, these seem to be convey two separate types of information, right? So given this additional interpretive contrast, and even if we believe Utah, and I know, yeah, Utah is all blah, 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 but I think that it holds some water. It may leak a little bit, but I think it holds water. And that as Royo contends, there might be different subtypes of the same experience. I propose the structures that you have in 19. Okay, that is different from the previous structure that is the one that we had in 20. So in 19, notice you have an experience phrase that has the experience root that may incorporate, undergo incorporation and become a full-fledged verb, or may surface independently. But notably, that experience phrase has a locus that indicates the locus of the experience, where that experience happens, right? It doesn't have a source. So this locus experience structure allows for possible, allows for possible interpretations if that locus is an inalienable possession nominal, right? And that's when we get it, okay? So I think that instead of a single structure, as I proposed before, when I was younger and prettier, we have actually now two structures that would account for this possessive variability in interpretation, right? Additional data seem to confirm this proposal. So now let's focus on Catalan data for a second, mostly because I'm Catalan and we like to talk about our own language. Look at the example in 21A and 22A. My eyes hurt in 21A, right, can be paraphrased as 21B. Literally, I have pain in the eyes, right? The interpretation that we get, if not identical, is very, very similar, right? However, I cannot paraphrase 22A, racist comments hurt me, in 22B. Like I have pain in a way in racist comments. Doesn't work, right? So these seem to suggest that these may come from different places, right? This is debatable and maybe it's weak confirmational data, but I think again, it holds some water, right? And if this proposal is on the right track, it would also be able to account for the non-possessive reading of inalienable possession sources, right? This is the example that I mentioned earlier in the presentation. So, me duelen las manos in 23 you have that possessive reading, right? But in a felicitous pragmatic context, I could say something like 24, right? I have some sort of condition by which the sight of hands causes pain on me, right? And then you don't have that possessive reading, right? So it's hands in general that hurt me, right? How would that be possible? Is because in 23 and in 24, the hands, the DP, the hands would occupy different structural positions, right? In 23, the hands would be the locus of the experience, and it's within the experience phrase, and within the experience phrase, the experience may allow for that binding relationship. However, in 24, the hands is not within that experience phrase, it's a source, and there the experience never segmented in a way, and it does not yield those possessive interpretations, right? So this is in a nutshell, well, this is what I propose, right? What I tried to do in this talk, and sorry if I rushed, is present some data that had not, to my knowledge, been explained in the past. And I think I provided enough evidence to claim that previous structural analysis could not explain that variation. And therefore, I propose a new locus experience structure in which you have an experience phrase that contains a locus argument, and that would entail the existence, as other authors have claimed, of different subtypes of the same experience, right? And with that, I will conclude. This is some of the references. So thank you, gracias. So any questions, comments, or threats are welcome. Thank you.
Thank you so much to Ricard for this very interesting talk. We have now time for this.
Thank you very much. This was fun, and let me defend, even if only lightly, your former self, because I always found that analysis super intuitive, and you know, the unification with the periphrastic. There's something very deep there. So, not that I dispute the complexity that you're alluding to, or that we may need more layers. You know, you're the expert, so I'll trust you there. But just two twists, and this may be my own dialect, but I can say, me duele una mano with the indefinite. You're going to get questions about, well, so what kind of possession is that? I can get that, but I have a very hard time, and of course, siempre me duele una mano, todas las mañanas. This is close to true. Just, it happens with age. But if I say siempre me duele un comentario racista, that still works as well. Mm-hmm. But that other weirdish reading that you get with las manos in general, with siempre me duele una mano, I think I cannot get that one. Right. So there's a limitation there that you might want to think about. So that's fact number one. Fact number two, going back to your original examples, and again, this may be my generation and so on, but I get a difference between lo asustan las manos and le asustan las manos. Right. For me, it is very easy to get, you know, that the alienable possession with lo asustan las manos. I mean, when I was a kid, I was terrified of la mano escarlata. Okay, yes, that's something that had to do with me. But then in le asustan las manos, I get much more. So there is a possibility there. There is a class 2 versus class 3 in your original cut. Anyway, this is just food for thought because I really like your old analysis.
Oh, I truly appreciate your comments. I will further look into the siempre me duele una mano and those variations. As for the dative accusative alternation with the experiencer, I argued, I think, a while back, that actually this stems from the same structure. There is not a class 2, class 3 alternation. To me, in lo asusta una mano, and you may disagree and tell me that I'm wrong, and I may be very wrong. In lo asusta una mano, these would be an agent or a causer, an agentless causer, if you will. So that's an event. And if it's an event, it's up here, and then you have, it's more the experiencer, instead of being an inherent dative, it's actually, it gets case structurally in a way, and the case that since it bears non-accusative case, right? But you cannot have that dative accusative alternation if you have the periphrastic construction. Le da miedo una mano, you cannot say lo da miedo una mano, and that's why, because the experience then surfaces an independent argument, and it's the first available goal for the accusative probe if we assume that case is assigned by probe goal. But I claim that it would be an eventive, non-eventive interpretation. But it might be worth exploring a little further. Thank you.
Thank you. We had another question there. Rodrigo?
Thanks for this talk, Ricardo.
Gracias.
I had a question, and I'm really going to play devil's advocate here and not try to depart as much as possible from a possible syntactic explanation of these facts. So it is true that you lose that possession reading, but you don't need to lose it. For instance, you can say, me asustan mis manos. My hands are so horrible. Mis manos son tan horribles que hasta a mí me asustan mis manos. So, and this is also something you can do with the first case. Me duelen las manos. But at least in Mexican Spanish, it is very common for people to use the possessives. Me duelen mis manos.
Okay.
So I wonder if that kind of contrast would not point to what is basically a world knowledge reading of how you would interpret the source or the locus of the pain, in which case would that be a problem for your syntactic analysis?
Sure. Yeah, gracias, Emma, and I do appreciate your comment. True. The Spanish that I use for these data are Peninsular Spanish mostly. So there might be a dialectal variation there. Me duelen mis manos in my Spanish is hard. I mean, I do interpret it, but it sounds as not as natural in my dialect or dialect. As for the world knowledge thing, well, in my training as a linguist, I think that syntax has the answer to everything. So, so everything is syntax. So anyway, en la otra, me asustan mis manos, right? Claro, eso sí, pero porque no puedes decir me asustan las manos y tener la interpretación posesiva. Y ahí las manos tienen que estar poseídas para decir que son las mías con el determinante mis, ¿no? Claro, pero porque no puedo tener ese contraste que tenía con me duelen mis manos o me duelen las manos. Ahí sí que las dos son posibles, pero me asustan mis manos. Es posible, sí, es raro por cómo conocemos el mundo. Anyway. Pero me asustan las manos, es imposible, en mi entender, tener la interpretación posesiva. Right? ¿Y por qué? Porque ocupan diferentes posiciones estructurales. Pero no sé si respondí, and I switched to Spanish, that everybody is okay. No sé si respondí un poco a la pregunta. Yeah.
Okay, we have a minute for a quick question, quick count. Okay, so I think that's it. Thank you so much, Ricardo, for your very interesting talk.
Muchas gracias.
Okay, so now we're moving on to our everything comes to an end eventually, and this is it for our meeting. We are now going to hear the talk by Brian Gravely and Timothy Gupton. Defective interrogative verbs in Brazilian Portuguese. Brian is from Emory University, United States, and Timothy from University of Georgia, also in the United States. Let me please share the screen.
Yeah, this one's a bit curious because I'm presenting live, obviously, and Brian's on Zoom, so I have to look at my. Oh, I get to look at it here. That's great.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure.
Okay.
Okay, good.
So I'll let you know when you 2 minutes and then 5 minutes.
Okay.
Okay.
But you're going to advance the presentation for me, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, great. All right, well, thanks. Okay, so clearly the title is Defective Interrogative Verbs in Brazilian Portuguese, and this forms part of a larger project that we've been doing, looking at these sorts of constructions in different Romance languages. Okay, so here we look at the functional item cadê in Brazilian Portuguese, which we gloss as simply where. So we use here cadê, right, which is where's mom. So we're trying to show that this has both verbal and interrogative properties, but lacks agreement properties. And based on this, we claim that cadê undergoes little v to t to c movement, much like ecco in Italian. Okay. Okay, so Silvamenu has claimed that that's all right. Is a reanalysis of the interrogative phrase "o que é de," right? And so in its present day use, cadê, what we see is that it can select an overt DP, singular or plural, of various types. So we can get a definite DP as in to A, cadê os meninos, and indefinite DP, cadê desses aqui. So, yeah, ready? We could also get quantified DP and strong pronouns with cadê. These arguments bear nominative case, however, so this rules out any sort of clitic pronoun like te. I wouldn't even know how to pronounce that in E. So it's just very strange. So yes, that one's not possible. Topicalization is also found in sentences with cadê. So we can get a topicalized constituent doubled by a personal pronoun that bears the same facet in 3. However, it can stand alone without being doubled by a personal pronoun when it's discourse linked to a subordinate clause, like in 4. All right, cadê can also be embedded, which we see in 5, so we get in the second part, mas não sei cadê. Also in constructions such as 5, this leads us to the conclusion that cadê has a no copular syntax similar to what was found in Semitic languages proposed for Arabic by Ben Mamoun. So the consensus in the literature is really concludes that the ability to be embedded entails functional structure due to the fact that we find sequence of tense violations realized by both overt morphology on the verb, like we see in 7a, as well as no verbal structure at all in the case of 7b in Arabic. Right, the availability of different temporal readings in Brazilian Portuguese contrasts with the Galician no copula construction ulo, which may not appear embedded even under present tense predicates. So this is a curious difference between the two, as similar as they may seem. And most importantly, cadê may not be paired with a verb. So, right, we can't do cadê estão or cadê vai or anything like this. So cadê has to be without a verb. So to quickly summarize before I pass this along to Brian, CADE can discourse link to a subordinate clause and appear in place of an independent clause. It can appear embedded under a variety of tense clause types. When accompanied by a DP or QP, CADE requires a nominative case marked DP or QP. CADE may not be accompanied by a predicate, and therefore, based on these data, we claim that CADE has verbal properties, and we're going to talk more about this briefly.
Thank you, Tim. Can everybody hear me? We good? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I see Brian here, yes.
Okay.
Now, I have to mute myself, is that right?
Is it talking already?
I am.
Yes, his mouth is moving, but I don't hear him.
Someone gave me a thumbs up. Thumbs up.
This is the tricky part.
Sorry.
Brian, can you say something?
How about now?
His mouth is moving.
Yes.
Oscar, no sale la voz.
Apologies, we practiced this during the break and it works.
Ahora.
How about now?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Okay.
Pues sí, escuché ahí.
Oops.
Okay.
I didn't sound on the
Next, like.
Renato, just give me a thumbs up when you're okay. All right. Okay, so Tim introduced those data, and so now we're going to talk about the structural. Are we good? Are we okay?
Ahora sí te diría que Can we see now?
How about now?
Yeah, that's perfect. Okay.
Okay. All right. Okay. I'll be a little more concise to save a little bit of time. So Tim laid out some data for us, and so now we're going to talk about a little more about the syntactic distribution and what we should find in the derivation. So as he showed, we have situations in which CADE can be embedded and certainly under different tenses, yet CADE still remains, still retains a present tense reading, which of course begs the question as to how this is computed within the syntax. So this type of null copular construction, even though we have claimed that CADE is essentially a verbal element, we'll use the literature from on null copulas in order to describe what we believe happens within a given derivation with CADE. And this has been of considerable research since the mid-'80s. And essentially, we have three main proposals that came out from that time, basically from 1986 to about 2000. One is Dorgan's synthetic for copulas, which will not apply here, considering we can't get clitics with cade. And so what we have left are small clause.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. That's okay. Small clause configurations. I think we're on 10, slide 10.
Oh,
Oh,
okay, I'm sorry. So sorry.
it's okay.
Okay.
That's it. There we go. Okay, you can leave it there. That's fine. Small clause constructions, and then our second option that we'll look at is the idea of a phonologically null T with tense features, right? Okay, and so the main differences that we see between these proposals is the first thing: small clause constructions do not have an obligatory present tense reading. Sometimes we do get a past tense reading based on contextual information, and what we see, however, or what we have seen, is that cade can never have a past tense interpretation. So looking at 10 and 11, there we go. So in the context in which we're speaking about somebody, for example, that's no longer living, we can still get a small clause construction, such as what we find in 10 in Spanish, in order to describe this. This is obviously does not have a present tense reading, however. But in 11, if we have two people having a conversation and one describing, a trip that this person went on last year, if we have the interlocutor that asks a question such as "Qu'avez vous?" we can never get a "where were you" type of reading, right? Okay, so this would be pragmatically odd, of course, asking where you are. But so here we see the present tense ideas differ between the small clause and then this obligatory present tense reading, which would seemingly be under a phonologically null T. Go ahead. And so the second thing is that we find, or we have found, an interesting cross-linguistic differentiation between seemingly null copular constructions that cannot be embedded and those that can. So those that can be embedded seemingly also have access to functional structure in the left periphery, at least in main clauses, the ones that we've tested. But those that we have identified as matrix clause phenomena, they do not. And so if we take a look at the examples in 12, what we can see is the Galician example with ulo does not permit topicalization. Okay. With B, the French voilà, which was identified as precisely what we're describing for cade, this morphologically defective verbal element, we see that we can get topicalization just like what we get in Brazilian Portuguese. So we follow Ben Mamoun and Joady and several others in assuming that cade, along the lines of what has been shown for Arabic and other Semitic languages, that this present tense reading is essentially a phonologically null T with tense features. And in this case, specifically, cade seemingly moves to T in order to check this feature. However, we do have good reason to assume that cade is, like I said, not truly a null copular construction, in the sense that it actually does permeate throughout the clause in a different way, which is what I'll describe next. So this contrasts with other things that we have worked on recently, such as ulo in Galician. Like we've talked about, it has a present tense meaning as well. However, it almost has an imperative-like interpretation, one that we get for commands, for example, which led us to essentially rule out all types of functional structure related to tense and aspect that we typically find between V and C, as well as the lack of functional projection that we find in the left periphery, which also differentiates it from cade. And so essentially we get two ways that we can derive present tense reading. One that we've shown works for Semitic languages as well as for cade, with this phonologically null T that bears this present tense feature, or the lack of said structure altogether. And this also goes for not just the small clause examples that we found in 10, but also the examples that we find with ulo, which are not strictly small clause in nature. Okay, and talking a little bit deeper about it. So cade also has an obligatory interrogative nature, of course, as you might have noticed. And so we assume after moving to T, it in turn moves to C in order to check that uninterpretable Q feature. And so us claiming that cade is essentially morphologically defective has everything to do with the fact that it shows no overt agreement morphology, okay? And it being a verbal element, that's essentially what we would expect. That is not what we find. But what's interesting is that we do find other elements that seem to undergo this same movement pattern that are also morphologically defective, specific to Romance, ideally. And so Zanutini claims that this is essentially what happens with eco, which is a presentative element. There, essentially, what's claimed is that eco begins as a functional element in the head of small v and undergoes movement to T in order to check, just like with cade, this present tense feature, and then to C to check a presentative feature, essentially. And we also get other things in Romance from European Portuguese, Catalan, and French that work the same way, essentially. French probably being the one where that T to C movement is optional, but we do see this across the board in Romance. And so kind of touching a little bit on what we find this idea that cade could be a verbal element. We also see a couple of things from a diachronic perspective, even though it's not our main focus, that also kind of lend this idea that this may be true. So if we compare the characteristics between 13a and 13b, essentially the locus of this phrase originally, okay, they, right? So we have this interpretable Q feature that was born by K. Then we have a categorical V feature, or however you would like to describe this in the formal syntax, relating to verbs. And then, of course, we have oblique case marking by they. And then our reanalyzed functional item, essentially, we retain the interpretable Q feature and this verbal-like behavior, but then we see a change in case. And this is important. Renato, if you want to go ahead. Because really the only formal identification in the literature that's been done by Silva de Menon essentially claims that there's no discernible difference between the interrogative prepositional phrase that we saw in 13a and what we see in the present day form in 13b. But we do have two syntactic points that lead us to believe otherwise. The first one is that cade clearly signs nominative case, not accusative, which essentially is what we would find with the prepositional phrase in 14a. Interestingly enough, he actually shows data that this would be meme. So that's an interesting contrast that I believe he overlooks. And then our second proposal, or second syntactic point, deals with this structure, which we showed earlier in 5, repeated here in 15a. So we get something like, mas não sei cadê, right? Okay, so we have either if you believe that o livro has moved across clausal boundaries, or if it's simply co-indexed by a null pro, whatever that may be. This does not seem to hold up for what we find in 15b. That would be ungrammatical. And so there are those two differences syntactically that we believe kind of lend a little bit of credence to the idea that this is verbal in nature rather, and that it's not exactly the same item that it used to be. And so essentially this is
5 minutes.
That's fine. This is essentially the movement that we have here. So cade being some sort of root element, incorporating into some sort of verbalizing head, which we claim here to be defective in the sense that it doesn't have any sort of accusative case assigning properties. And then, of course, moving to T to check this present tense feature, and then again to C in order to check the Q feature there. And so just to conclude, so we've shown that cade has several non-canonical properties related to WH elements, all of which are going to lead us to claim that it actually is a verbal element. The first one being that it also, it almost always or always has to have a present tense meaning. It can never be paired with a verb, which is very non-canonical in that sense with respect to WH elements. And the fact that it can only be paired with one argument, and the fact that it can't be used in transitive contexts, right? And so all of these things claim, kind of wrapping up, lead us to claim that, aside from the fact that it has no agreement properties, there really are a lot of things that point us to the idea that this is some sort of verbal element. Interestingly enough, one thing that we did not touch on here, but that we've worked on before, is the case assignment. And this could be solved in a number of ways. So whether you resort to default case, which is what we did in our 2020 paper, non-notative case and assignment, from T, for example, even though it has no phi features, or if you were someone who enjoys dependent case theory, that also works for Cade, and I think would fit pretty seamlessly into the proposal that we have here. So, and I believe that's it. Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. So I'm wondering if what I'm about to say is compatible with the way you guys are thinking about this. Trying to relate this very literally to the etymological de Joao. What if in that construction, the de is a partitive marker and okay is an argument in nominative guise? And what is happening in a situation like that, okay, de Joao, right, where you have that structure, and now you get these incorporations that you guys are proposing, where basically everything rolls up, right? De to a to k, eventually to comp. Now you've taken away the partitive, by hypothesis, partitive element. And the only way that thing can survive is if now the nominative is used where you see it, and then the in this form, and this is the hand waving, wouldn't need case because it has been this unit that goes all the way to comp. In other words, it's a friendly amendment where there's a partitive element in the old construction that gets incorporated into this unit. And then it seems to me that some of the properties that you're talking about, the fact that it's verbal, the fact that it's effectively an accusative and so on, would fit very nicely. So the minimal change is that that thing in the old construction is partitive and it can no longer be because that thing gets eaten up, the de gets eaten up. Right. Anyway, just a speculation as a friendly suggestion.
Well, thank you. That's an interesting idea. So now when I thought about Ryan, do you want to remark?
Yeah, when we write it up, we'll probably dive a little.
Okay, now
we good?
Yeah.
Thank you for your comment. I do agree with you. For this presentation in particular, we didn't want to go too heavy on the diachrony, but if you look at essentially the data, that's certainly what happened. So I do agree with you in that sense that with the reanalysis, what happens is something had to fall off, and so what you're left with is, basically either no case, like what Ricardo and Angel proposed a couple of years ago for Spanish, in the sense that nominative case is no case at all. You could have something like that. Or you could have, any sort of change with respect, but absolutely, when you get all of those things rolled up, certainly you have to have some sort of feature or something that loses out or that doesn't survive, and that seems to be that partitive case assignment. And so I think you're correct in the sense that it does happen like that.
Okay, so do we have another question or a comment? Yeah, Ricardo.
Hi, this was very, very cool. But this is, it might be a BSc type of comment. But anyway, but it's a comment. But if you go to the conclusions, right? And the features that these cases show, it brought to mind the non-standard American English where at, in which it cannot co-occur with a verb. It always, as far as I understand it, is interpreted as present, and it can only be paired with one argument. And I was wondering whether these can be, I mean, if this parallelism is only in my head, or so where you at?
Where you at? Yeah.
Or the books where they at?
Yeah.
Right?
I follow you.
And so, and in my understanding, and I'm obviously not a native speaker of English, let alone this non-standard variety. But the parallelism, at least on the 3 bullet points in the conclusion, seems to be there, at least in my head. And I was wondering whether these are comparable or not.
Brian?
Okay.
I
think
that's why I muted that before.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is it okay?
Yeah.
Okay. I think one thing that we have looked at before, our initial investigation with ULO kind of brought us to this point. Just looking at U from an individualized lexical perspective, and the fact that its syntax is so constrained, we kind of compared it with some other things, Cade being one of them. I think where at is closer to the case of what you find in French with usa. So u being a canonical WH element in French, in the sense that you can get it with a verb. You can get it, for example, in situ situations, but then you get this very strange null copula construction with one demonstrative, right? Usa, that's it. Where is that, right? Or where is this? Where you don't get a verb, but that's, in my opinion, at least, and Tim, you can tell me if you agree, I believe that we concluded that had more to do with that single construction than the behavior of U in French more generally. And so I think where at could possibly be that same type of situation where cade is now not like onde. The distribution, the syntactic distribution is very, very different. And so you really can't call cade canonical in that sense, because it doesn't show the same types of, we don't have any evidence that it actually remains in situ. I don't think that we could claim that, for example. It can't be paired with a verb, all these kinds of things. But I think the where at example is closer to the usa thing in French, in the sense that you can get it in that one construction, which is kind of weird, but obviously you get where in other contexts with verbs or, things like that. So Tim, you can tell me what you think about that.
Well, I mean, African-American, I'm back. Okay, African-American vernacular English is a no copula language, so no copula variety English. So, I mean, I think it's worth looking at to see what its properties are in English. I mean, I'm aware of the structure where blank hats, but I don't know offhand if it can be embedded. I don't know what its other properties are. It's definitely worth looking into, and I think that suggestion is fascinating, and I think for it, that's all I come up with immediately. It's just like, well, we should look at that.
Okay, so we still have time for one more quick question or comment. Okay, if there is not, I think we should wrap this up, and thank to Tim and to Brian for a very interesting talk, and thank to all of you for being here.
Guys.
And with this, we conclude all the presentation for the meeting. I'm going to switch to Spanish. I'm sorry. Con esto terminamos todas las presentaciones del encuentro lingüístico formal. Agradecemos muchísimo a todas y todos quienes han estado aquí, quienes han estado en línea y quienes nos han seguido en YouTube. Bueno, ahora tendremos una pausa de 15 minutos. Regresaremos a las
12:30 de la Ciudad de México. Muchas gracias.
Vamos a cerrar con nuestra...
Perdón, claro, vamos a tener la conferencia magistral de Patricia Cabredo Hofer. Entonces, ok, ya me pagaron. Pero en Zoom sí me están escuchando y en YouTube también. Entonces,
Ya está activado. ¿Sale?
¿Presentarla? Vamos a empezar. ¿Ya? Tengo el gusto de presentar. Tengo el gusto de presentar a la doctora Patricia Cabredo-Hofner, viene del Centro Nacional de la Investigación Científica, París 8. En este caso voy a brevemente nada más mencionar una cosa que a mí particularmente, como lo decía ya hace un momento, me da mucho gusto, y que es que por lo menos una de las áreas de su investigación, no es la única, por supuesto, tiene que ver con el estudio de las gramáticas criollas. En el campo de las gramáticas criollas ella ha investigado fenómenos de finitud, de marcación de tiempo, aspecto y modo en el creol haitiano. Ha investigado, por supuesto, los fenómenos de verbos seriales, de complejos de predicados modales, comparativos de superioridad, entre muchas otras cosas. Si están interesados en ver por lo menos de lo último su trabajo, pueden acercarse al Handbook de Oxford, Handbook of Grammatical Number, que está coeditado con ella, es del año pasado, y ahí tiene 2 capítulos muy interesantes sobre fenómenos relacionados en este sentido. Igual estamos, repito, muy orgullosos de tenerla aquí, y sin más preámbulo le cedo la palabra. Muchísimas gracias, Patricia.
Yeah, encendí el micrófono. Yeah. I'm going to give this talk in Spanish, in English. Believe me, it's better for you and for me. So I'm going to talk about grammaticalization paths of give constructions, and I'm calling them give constructions because the thing that is in them looks like give, but apart from that, we don't know very much more. And so, and I'm going to show you, ahora ya no se mueve, ya no desfila. So what I'm going to show you is a comparison of Haitian Creole and Martinican Creole give constructions. And these are very closely related languages, as you will see in the examples. And what I'm going to show you is, even though they look very And so if you're interested in how Creole languages should be integrated in your Linguistics 101 courses, you can have a look at the Cognition Convergence and Language Emergence group in Michigan, they are putting something together to improve teaching of Creole languages, teaching about Creole languages in linguistics. And the second conclusion is that give constructions are studied as instances of serial verb constructions. And I think they are, because I think serial verb constructions is a term that is as useful as auxiliaries. And none of us would expect 2 auxiliaries to behave the same. And all I want to encourage you to do is that not to expect two serial verb constructions to behave the same either. And so they're not a natural class, and I'm not by any means a stretch of the imagination the first person to say this. So, you know, Zwicky said this in his introduction to a volume on serial verb constructions, and Felix Ameka very forcefully showed this. Still blocked. Me lo puede llamar. No, pero aquí no, acá, aquí. No, aquí ya no. Ya no muevo. Se mueve. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to first show you what the serial verb criteria are, and I'll show you how they apply to the Haitian data. Then I'll show you the question that arises a lot of the time, whether these things are verbs or prepositions and whether you can tell. And we are in luck because these languages don't have preposition stranding, so we can tell. So if you stay downstairs, you're a verb. If you go up, you're a preposition. I'll apply the syntactic diagnostics we have to buy. And then I'll show you that the semantic properties are also completely different. And coming in the semantic properties, I hope that you will find some renewed interest in your humble para or for prepositions and appreciate how complex the semantics are that they do. So serial verb constructions are verbs that function together but don't have any subordination element in between them, and that only mark tam, so tense mode and aspect, on one verb. Or if they mark it on both, they mark it in the same way, so they have to agree. In my case, it's always only one marker. Give constructions are a common subtype of serial verb constructions, and it's well known that they can grammaticalize into prepositions. I mean, this starts in 78, but I think it starts in 1890 something. So what you can see here is examples of by constructions in Haitian. So you have Jean voyait lettre là by Marie, and it means Jean sent the letter to Mary. And if you look at Martinican, you can see that the words are slightly different phonetically, but it's pretty much the same thing. So you have Jean voyait lettre là by Marie. And the only difference is that in Haitian, it's by, and in Martinican, it's ba. And I put parentheses around the Y in by because you have completely regular alternations between by, ba, and bon. So that's why I notated that like that. So some serial verb constructions may grammaticalize into complementizers, and I'll come back to this because I won't be looking at the complementizer case. I will be looking at the previous case we had of by with the DP. Okay, so but what you can see is that they can grammaticalize into complementizers that have a gap in the wrong place. So li acheté livre by Marie vend. So it's he bought a book, give, marry, sell. So to give, to marry, to sell. So the gap is in object position, okay? But there is no sign of relativization here. But you don't need a gap, so you can have things like li acheté le savon by Marie lave main lit. So he bought soap, give Mary wash her hands with the soap is understood, but it's not an argument. It's not it's by no means an argument of the main predicate. Okay, and some people accept even more loose things. Okay, so the question I'm going to address are by bar serial verb constructions verbal or non-verbal constructions, and in order to keep you on track, I'm going to color code verbs in magenta and prepositions in cyan blue. And so what are the syntactic criteria that help us distinguish how do by and bar fare with respect to these criteria? And then what is the semantics? And what is the relationship between the argument structure and selectional restrictions of the main verbs, which you will see what I mean when I come to the semantics. And how does the by combine with the syntactic structure? And I'll have a proposal for that. Okay. What I'll claim and what you will see in what follows is that Haitian by shows hybrid syntactic behavior. It patterns simultaneously with verbs and prepositions for extraction in WH questions and relatives. And it patterns variably depending on the speaker with prepositions only or with verbs and prepositions for nominal clefts and predicate clefts. So it's somehow in flux, okay? And at the end, I'll give you my opinion of what might be going on, but that is just a speculation. So for the time being, I have no idea why nominal clefts and WH questions don't pattern together. So this is completely different from Martinican ba, where ba is a preposition, and that was shown by one of our students, Louis Jean-Louis, in his MA dissertation in 2019. And for the integration in the syntax, what I will show is that Haitian by does not add a recipient or a benefactive argument. By patterns in parallel with agent phrases. So it specifies the content of an existing implicit recipient. So if the verb doesn't give you a recipient, ba cannot do anything about it. Like an agent phrase, if your construction doesn't have an implicit agent, your agent phrase is not going to give you one. Okay, and so the consequence of this is that Haitian by plus DP are not argument introducing applicatives in the sense that is best known in the generative tradition following Pilkenen. Having said that, African applicatives in the verb do not add a phrase either all the time. So in that sense, by is not that surprising. So Haitian by has a different semantics from Martinican ba. So Haitian by does not have beneficiary readings. It only has a funny beneficiary reading, which I'll show you later. And it differs from the main verb by in that it requires verbs of transfer and it only allows animate DPs, whereas give allows inanimate recipients, but this construction doesn't. Okay. So serial verb constructions are considered a characteristic of Creole languages, which is not really true because West Africa has lots of them as well. The definition I give you here is Fenton and Moiskin, that they are a construction of sequences of verbs which act together as a single predicate without any overt marker of coordination, subordination, or syntactic dependency of any other sort. So how is act together as a single predicate operationalized? Well, it's operationalized as a common tense aspect mood value and as the fact that the two predicates cannot be negated separately. As I said before, this is not a natural clause. So what I'll look at are the constructions with the cognate of the verb give as a second element. And in 5, you can see the bog standard verbs give. So you can see Jean by Marie un livre. So Jean gives Mary a book. And Jean bat Marie un livre. That's Martinican. Here again, you can see that the two languages are really quite similar. They look quite similar. And what you can also see is that by is a double verb, double object verb. So it takes two objects without a preposition. And the first object is the recipient and the second object is the theme. Okay. Now, etymologically, by might look weird to you, but it's actually related to a French word, meaning give, in colonial French, which is still existent in modern French in bail and bailleur, which is when you have when someone gives you a flat. It's the contract when you get a flat. Okay, it's related to give. So when they do not function as main verbs, by and bar appear without a linker, and they do not take the tam markers. The tam markers go onto the other verb, onto the first verb. So this is an attested example. Comme ça, moi, va voyons bien vite by editeur. So the context says, if you give me the proofs back quickly, like that, I will send them quickly to the editors. Okay, and so you have the va is only marked on voyez, and it's impossible to put on by. They also do not mark negation. So if you have negation, as in 7b, you need to put it on the main verb. So you have to say, Jean pas voyé livre là by Marie. You cannot say, Jean voyé livre là pas by Marie. That's impossible. And what you can notice here is that serial verb constructions are complex predicates, but by serial verbs are not adjacent to the other predicates. So you have the theme in between. You have livre là in between voyez and by. So they license the expression of an extra argument. There can be a goal or recipient or a beneficiary. Okay, now, in Haitian and Martinican, verbs do not inflect. So in Haitian and Martinican, the bare verb can be finite, and no non-finite verb forms are present to help us indicate whether there is any subordination. And the second problem we have is that serial verb criteria are obviously also fulfilled by prepositions, right? They don't take negation outside the preposition. They don't take town marking. Okay, and so the question is, how do you distinguish them? And as already pointed out in work by Janssen, Koopman, and Moisken in 78, for Sranan, if you have a language that doesn't have preposition stranding, then WH questions, relatives, and topicalization give you a test because verbs stay downstairs and prepositions are pipe-piped. And these languages also have emphatic predicate cleft, what we all know is not possible in English, but which is possible in Hiberno English and Belfast English, for example. So, you know, it's not that strange. So for a diagnostic here, I'll show you with a verb, montrer, show. So in nominal clefts, verb cannot front with the complement and they have to be stranded. So if you have a construction without extraction in 8, Jean prend livre là, montrer Marie. He takes the book and shows it to Marie. Then you cannot front c'est montrer Marie, Jean prend livre là. Impossible. You have to say c'est Marie, Jean prend livre là, montrer. So it's to Marie that he took the book to show. Okay. So as it is a verb, it stays downstairs. And so verbs are magenta. Prepositions in blue have to front with the complement and cannot be stranded. So they're the exact opposite. So you have Jean van yon livre, yon tape avec Marie. And that's without extraction. If you want to extract, you have to extract avec Marie because avec is a preposition. So you have c'est avec Marie, Jean van yon tape. So in these Creole languages, you have ends following nasal vowels, which is something I can't do. But you cannot front Marie by itself. So c'est Marie, Jean van yon tape ac with preposition stranding is totally out. Yeah. And the other tests work the same, like WH questions and relative clauses work exactly the same way. So what I will show is that the syntactic, the syntactic diagnostics that we have is that stranding is what verbs do in WH questions, relatives, and nominal clefts. That's the first three. And fronting is what prepositions do. That's in blue. Okay. And predicate extraction is something that only verbs do. So prepositions don't do predicate extraction and nouns don't do predicate extraction. Now, with WH questions, by can be fronted like a preposition or stay downstairs as a verb. So you can have by qui est li acheté livre là, who did she buy the book for, or qui est li acheté livre là by. Okay, so it allows both patterns, and this is for everyone. And with relatives, it's exactly the same. So I'm not gonna talk about this. The only thing that is different is this, because relative clauses have to be marked by a clause final determiner. So What is more troubling is that with nominal clefts, you have two groups of speakers. So I have 4 speakers, 2 of whom come from Gonaïves, which is slightly to the north of Port-au-Prince, and 2 are from Port-au-Prince. And I think that's one of the reasons. So some speakers accept both fronting and stranding, so the prepositional and the verbal pattern with nominal clefts. So if you have c'est by Marie, li voyez yon livre, so it's to Marie who sent this book, or c'est Marie, li voyez yon livre by. So they accept both. But there is another group who only has the prepositional pattern here. Okay. So this is different from WH questions and relatives, where all speakers accept both options. So I have an idea that I need to work out, but I'm not sure what that's going to work. I'll come to that at the end. So with predicated clefts, you get exactly the same split between speakers. So you get speakers that treat it as either preposition or verb. So there is the speakers 1, they're happy to have it as a verb and cleft it. So they can say, c'est by Jean voyait yon livre by Marie. It's to for Marie that he sent that book. Okay. And there's the speakers that have the prepositional pattern in the noun clefting that don't like this. So in noun clefting and in this, there's the preposition camp, and then there's the either way is fine camp. Okay. Good. So if you look in a corpus, what you're going to see a lot is by with the verb prendre, take. Yeah, tomar. And so the construction that you find everywhere is li prend livre by Marie. So he took the book, gave to Marie, and take means intentionally. So for example, he took the chair and pushed it. It cannot be that he walked past and it's by mistake. So if you take, it's on purpose, intentionally, you know what you're doing. And so you have the same with other verbs. So this is actually a take serial verb construction, where take is the dependent verb. Now, if you look at these prend constructions, thereby is a complete verb for everyone. So for prend by, everyone knows that by is the second verb in a take serial verb construction. Yeah? So there again, even though it's a fronting of by, here everyone's agreed that you can front by because it's a normal verb, and you cannot leave it down because it's not a preposition. Okay. So, because if you look at it in a grammar, because prend by constructions are so frequent, a lot of the time, half your examples are prend by examples. Okay? So, a big difference that, so it was very nice to have Loïc's work on Martinican, because it gave me a kind of comparison foil and to see whether something was happening. And actually, I thought nothing was going to happen. I just thought I was going to go through it and it was going to all be the same. And it just happened to be completely different. Okay? So what Loïc showed for Martiniquais is that ba is so much a preposition that it can be a sole predicate. So that's in 20. So livre c'est ba Marie. So this book is for Mary. So ba can work as a sole predicate without any other verb as a beneficiary predicate. But that's totally impossible in Haitian. So you cannot say livre la by bouki, livre la c'est by bouki, totally impossible. So it cannot, even for the speakers that have it as a preposition, it's not that kind of preposition. It's not a preposition that, it's a grammatical preposition, like to in English. It's not a proper lexical preposition that could do this. So what you need to express a beneficiary in Haitian, which we'll see later on, is pour, which comes from pour, for. Okay. So you have to say, vive la pour bouki. That's totally fine, without saying. So this is not an argument against an analysis of by as a preposition, because it could just simply be the wrong kind of preposition, right? So in English, you can't say this book is too booky, but you can say the book is for booky. So two, it doesn't mean that two is not a preposition. It just means it's just not the right one. But what you can see in 23 is that prepositions in Haitian can modify nouns. So you can say gâteau avec raisin, so cake with raisins, or un cadeau pour Marie, a present for Mary. It's totally fine. But by cannot modify a noun. So that's an extra argument to say that it really doesn't do these modifications that prepositional phrases do, neither as sole predicate nor in nouns. So cadeau by Marie is out, whereas in Martinican, un livre bâtien mai, a book for children, is totally normal. So what we can see here is that for WH questions and relatives, the Haitian by is somehow undecided. It allows both options for everyone. And then for nominal clefts, you have a split between speakers one, who are like WH questions and relatives, allow both, and speakers two, who then suddenly decide this is a preposition. And they also do this for predicate clefting, where they don't allow predicate clefting as if it were a preposition. Yeah? Now, semantic properties. I'm going to look at beneficiaries and recipients. I'm going to look at animacy of the recipient, and I'm going to look at the range of verbs appearing with by that I found in the corpora. So all of the attested examples with by are with transfer verbs, where by specifies the recipient of the transfer. Okay. In Haitian Creole, the beneficiary is expressed by pour, not by. And we can see this particularly clearly in examples like 25a, where there is a predicate that doesn't have transfer. I built a house, right? There is no transfer included, so you have to say pour moi. And the second example is a verb that already has a goal argument filled because it's a double object construction. So if you have l'hypothèse lettre la poste, so he took the letter to the post office, pour moi, for me. So this behaves like for. Okay. Now Martinican is completely different. Their bar can add a beneficiary. So all these examples that I just showed you, they're perfectly fine in Martinican. And so you have, for example, 26. Jean fait travail là, ba maman. So he did the work for his mother, and that's with ba. And here, Jean bat Marie un livre, ba Alain. He gives Mary a book for Alain. Ba Alain is also good. Okay, even though you already have Marie and livre, you already have a specified recipient, so it has to be a beneficiary. Okay, it's not the recipient is someone else. Okay, so that's a big semantic difference between two languages that look so similar. Yeah. So if you look in the literature, there are examples of by plus DP beneficiary. Okay, so fait travail là, ben moi. So before pronouns that begin with a nasal, it becomes bon, but not before nouns. Okay? So fait travail là, ben moi. And the translation that Fatih gives is do the work for me. And so when I asked my informants, so how do you say do the work for me? They said fais travail là pour moi. So they didn't take ba, they used pour. And so I dutifully went back and I said, but in the grammar, it says you can say this. And they said, yes, you can, but it doesn't mean the same. So by in the sentence is an order that does not allow contradiction. So the explanation they gave to me was il n'a pas le choix, he doesn't have a choice, or moi je l'ai obligé, I forced him to. So there's a complete, this is not a normal beneficiary, okay? And so in Weidmann 2007, it is noted that this often emphasizes a command. But apart from that, it's always treated with the other instances of ba. And the speakers differ in whether they only allow it with imperatives, like 29. So fait travail là, ben moi is okay, but it has this unfriendly connotation, right? I mean, this real kind of no contradiction. This is an order. And two of the speakers who are from the Gonaïve also accepted in the non-imperative. So they can say, li parlait avec Marie ben moi. He spoke to Marie, give me, because I told him to. I made him speak to Mary. So that's what it means. You can, but not all speakers allow 30. Only 2 speakers allow 30, and they are from the middle of Guinea, middle of Haiti. So the summary is that there are 2 by constructions in Haitian. So one is with the verb of transfer, it specifies the recipient, but it cannot introduce anything. With other verbs, you have a command by, sort of the meaning of an order that does not allow contradiction. And the by plus DP does not introduce anything. It specifies a recipient that is already there. And so it's the argument structure of the transfer verb introduces the recipient, not ba. So this is different from applicatives in the Pilkenin sense. And this is also different from give in other languages like Akan, for example, in Lord. I mean, Akan is studied all over the place, but that's an example. So in that sense, what by DP does in Haitian is that it specifies the content of an implicit argument, and it's much more like a by phrase than an addition to the argument structure. Yeah. So whereas Martinican ba plus DP can introduce a beneficiary with any type of verb, including with ba, including with give. So you can have ba something. Okay. Now, subject and recipients of main verb by and main verb ba in Martinican can be inanimate. So you can have examples like brilla dans moi ma tête. The noise gave me a headache. Or you can have Paul by mi un, yon bon coup de peinture. So he gave the wall a good stroke of paint. Okay, so the wall and the noise are both inanimate. So main verb by has no problem with that. And it's the same in Martinican, and it's actually Loic who mentions this but doesn't give the examples. But in Haitian, when you have a by plus DP, the recipient has to be animate. So you cannot say li acheté tuile by do kaila. So you cannot say he bought roof tiles for, and do is the back, so it's the back of the house, so it's the roof. Okay, so you cannot buy roof tiles for the roof with ba, and you cannot buy tires for your car with ba, but you can in Martinican. So in Martinican, you can say I acheté tuile ba kaila. So you can give something to your house with this ba. That's a second difference between Martinican, that in Martinican you can have part whole inanimate relations, but you cannot in Haitian. So I'm going to skip this. So Martinican allows inanimate recipients in part whole configurations, but not any old inanimate recipient like for example, because with an event denoting noun like picnic, both Haitian and Martinican bar are impossible. So you cannot buy a bottle of wine for the picnic using the bar. So you cannot say I acheté des bouteilles de vin by picnic là. Impossible. You have to say pour. And it's the same in Martinican, even though Martinican allows part whole, like ties for the car, roof tiles for the roof. It does not allow this. And there's a nice minimal pair that our Martinican colleagues came up with. You can say I acheté fleurs bab maman. He bought flowers for his mother, for example, on Mother's Day. But you cannot say I acheté fleurs ba la fête des mères. So you cannot buy flowers for Mother's Day with ba. Okay, so even though these things are contextually kind of truth conditionally totally the same, one is grammatical, one is ungrammatical. So it's not just a kind of vague intuition, it's pretty clear for them. So in Haitian, the types of verbs you find with ba are verbs whose semantics include transfer. You have transférer, transfer, retourner, return, voyer, send, which seems like, acheter, which seems to have a transfer component, because acheter really works. I was surprised by acheter, but it does work. Porter and soumettre, so carry, take, and submit. And the other 2 examples that I found are virer do bail, it's turn your back, to give your back to someone. And I was really worried about this example, but all my Creole informants, because you have this expression, it must be an old French expression. You have that in Mauritian as well, even though it's on the other side, it's not Atlantic. And they were saying, yeah, it's a verb of transfer. And actually it's a negated verb of transfer. It's like deny. It's like not engage with, it's sort of cut ties with, or sort of refuse to have ties with. And so to them, it was very clearly a verb of transfer. And the other one is ouvrique, that was in the song, ouvrique bau, I opened my heart to you, where somehow the transfer also seems to be really present. So that these are sort of more psychological. Everything else that you can find is voyer, porter, and transférer. So as I showed you at the beginning, BY can also introduce a final clause. So we had a look at the DP cases, and it can also introduce a final clause in the examples that I have repeated here. So, li acheter livre-là, by Marie vend. Or li acheter savon, by Marie lave main. So he bought a book to give to Mary to sell, or he bought a book for Mary to wash her hands with it. He bought soap. So in Martinican, you can have final clauses in 43. I cueillit mango by vendeuse vend. So he picked the mangoes, give to the seller to sell. That's totally fine, right? And so I tried out, but this is not a verb of transfer, right? Picking mangoes is not a verb of transfer. So if you don't have a verb of transfer, the bar can introduce a final clause. But if you have a verb of transfer like send, the bar cannot introduce a clause. So these two bars, the bar with the recipient and the bar with the finite clause, they get in each other's way. So when you have ivrayer ces mangoa, ba machin l'envant. So he sent this mango. Oh, the book, it's the wrong translation. This mango to the seller to sell. That's out. And the only difference with 42 is that vrayer is a verb of transfer, but pick is not a verb of transfer. So I thought when I started this work that Martinican actually didn't care whether something was verb of transfer or not. But actually this seems to show that Martinican does care whether something is a verb of transfer or not, or whether there is a potential recipient position to be filled. Then you cannot skip it for a final sentence. And so the same polysemy of beneficiary and a final clause you also have with English for. So Kika bought this book for Pepi, or Kika bought this book for Pepi to read. So you have that kind of clause. And in Spanish, it has the semantics, but it's a simple control structure, right? You can say Kika compró el libro para leerlo, but there you simply have a control for it, right? But the semantics is also final semantics. So the analysis I would like to propose is that in Haitian, what you have is that you have a low applicative with a verbal structure. So whereas in the prepositional, you have a low prepositional PP. Okay, and I drew the trees. So what you get is you have a kind of Lydsonian VP shell for double object verbs, whichever way you want them, whether you want them small v's or the same copy of a v or a VP shell, I don't care, right? So the whole point is that you have a verb of transfer that has a complex structure inside and it has space inside that needs to be licensed. In English, you get two. In Haitian, you have a choice. In Haitian, you can either have a by, which is a verb. So this is a verbal, this is a serial verb. It's a combined verb. But this has a verbal structure. So it has a gap that is co-indexed with this. So it's a verb. And as it's a verb, you can extract it. Whereas here, this is basically English with Haitian words, right? Send the letter to Mary, and this is just a preposition. And prepositions cannot be extracted. And you get a kind of grammaticalization from here to there, probably because for double object constructions, the prepositional structure seems to be one of the ones that is available, right? So in Martinican biconstructions with recipients, it's also a low PP. So it looks exactly like this, right? And because it's low, and because it's inside the VP, and because it's a recipient, it cannot be a final clause. It cannot get the final clause reading. But it also has a high construction with beneficiaries. So the bar can also be right adjoined, like four phrases in English, either to the VP or higher up, because it has benefactive readings and if beneficiary readings. And there's a literature about beneficiaries, and I'm sure that people have found more than one type of beneficiary, whereas I've only looked at beneficiaries as one class. So, but it is a high PP, so it's outside the VP. It's not part of the argument structure of the V, and it can be attached to the outside. Mm-hmm. So the future work I'd like to do is the analysis of the complementizer by plus VP, because as we have seen all along, by can't decide whether it's a preposition or a verb. And the first hypothesis would be that these are verbal constructions with a right adjoint complex predicate, which independently these languages have, which are a different type of serial verb constructions. And so one argument would be there are other serial verb constructions that would exactly have the right syntax for this to work, right? And the argument sharing requirements are similar to serial verb construction. So you have to share the subject and the object, and these are sort of conditions that you also have in serial verb constructions. And the other argument is that in languages like Tswana, the applicative verbal morpheme, so it's just a suffix on the verb that has other suffixes coming after it, can introduce an infinitive with a final reading. So you have other cases where a verbal applicative element already introduces a final clause. So the fact that you introduce a final clause doesn't make you a complementizer necessarily. Mm-hmm. So the other hypothesis would be that these are prepositional constructions comparable to four complementizers in English. And so an argument in favor would be that by allows an analysis as a grammatical preposition, as we have seen. That's possible. All the speakers accept it. But it's by is specialized for recipients, unlike for example, in English, that has a much wider semantic range. So I'm not entirely convinced that from a recipient preposition you could get to, I would think that it's recipient, beneficiary, reason, and not beneficiary reason directly. And ba is a preposition, but it doesn't allow the same use as Haitian. So if they were both prepositions, I would find it really weird to explain why they get in each other's way. So I think I'm going to first go for the verbal construction, also for the reason that I have never met anyone who's got a good analysis for complementizers in English. So I think it's a safer ground to try the first one. So the conclusion that I hope to have convinced you of is that obviously cognate give constructions can have very, very different grammatical properties. For example, Haitian by sometimes behaves like a preposition, sometimes like a verb. With verbs of transfer, it specifies the recipient, doesn't add them. With other verbs, it contrasts with pu, where ba introduces an order in the beneficiary, whereas pu is the normal kind of for, para kind of preposition that we all know and love. And it only allows animate recipients, even though the main verb by doesn't. So this seems to have grammaticalized quite early. So why would it keep this condition if the main verb doesn't have it anymore? And as I showed you, it cannot introduce a sole beneficiary predicate or n modifiers. And Martinican has ba as a second predicate, behaves as a preposition, introduces beneficiaries with different types of verbs. It's okay with inanimate recipients as long as that's part-whole interpretation, and it can introduce a sole beneficiary or and modifiers. And that's it. And I would like to thank all our students and colleagues in Haiti and in Martinique, and the colleagues from our Creole seminar in Paris. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Patricia, for your presentation. I actually told her that she could finish at more or less 10 minutes before the hour, and she actually complied. I didn't use BAFA. Anyways, I'll give you a call if you have any questions, comments, or you want to address anything that she presented in her talk.
Oh, I forgot to tell you what my theory is, why WH questions and relatives are different from noun clefts. I think WH questions and relatives are really frequent. So if there's two speaker populations, you hear people who say one or who say the other all the time. So you know it's okay and you're used to it passively. I think noun clefts are less common. So if you're a prepositional speaker, you're actually computing them on the spot. And that's why you're using your own grammar to do them. Whereas WH questions and relatives, you've got so much evidence for that both orders are fine, that you stick to that. But for that, I have to show that noun clefts are considerably rarer than WH questions and relatives. I think that sounds plausible because when you look at texts, you see relative clauses and questions, but you know, you can really look for long and hard to find a noun cleft. But that's my intuition, that this is why they have this split between the speakers. There's some speakers that still have both. They really do have both. That's the people from Gonaïves, which is more in the province. They have the old style, the verbal analysis, and the others have shifted to a more kind of English-French style analysis, and it's still dividing construction.
Okay. Thank you, Patricia. Questions, comments? No?
Hi, thanks for your talk. I really enjoyed it. I was just wondering if you could tell us more about why you think this ba in the imperative gets interpreted as some sort of model. I might imagine, like there is some sort of obligation that comes along with it, and it really got me thinking about like if this is related to modality or some sort of resultative, like the result has to impact in some sort of benefit to the person. I don't know. So I was just wondering if you could talk more about that.
I don't like modalities, so I steer clear of it. But I think the fact that it's possible with imperatives suggests that it really does have something to do with that modality. And I mean, it may sound a bit mief, I mean, a bit sort of pussyfooted, but I mean, this was spoken. This arose during slavery, so this kind of do this for me in the imperative may have been a bit more frequent than in polite society which have it, so which may have helped it to emerge in imperatives in particular. And my French colleagues pointed out that I don't know what the exact parallel is for Spanish, but fais ça pour moi, haz eso para mí, is much more polite than hazme eso. Okay, it's the same in Spanish, really. Fais ça pour moi, fais-moi ça is really rude, right? I mean, it's really rude. And so it may be that there is something to understand that if you have a beneficiary in an imperative that is the kind of low applicative, you get these some effect that results in rudeness, because I don't think it's got a plus root or something feature, right? Don't quote me with that. But there are these effects that when you have a low, I mean, I think Nora Bonnet and Léa Nash looked at different datives, and Grozinski, he looked at Hebrew at different heights of datives and of different readings they get at different heights. And I think if you combine those two, the fact that it's a low one, combining with an imperative, that might give you this. But I wouldn't know how to do this, and I'm definitely not going to try.
Any more questions or comments? Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
I don't know if this is really interesting, but I have two neighbors from Ecuador who used they used to say something like, I found an example, just not from them, obviously. Damos vendiendo sus propiedades. So they use this really all the time. They use the verb da with a gerund to create a sort of beneficiary construction. So that's all. I just wanted to say that because I think it's, I don't know, but I can find a paper that I just found about that.
Yeah, no, there's a couple of papers on this, and the semantics seem to be a bit different, but it's definitely one of the things that give constructions do. I mean, give constructions also become positives. It's like, he give me do this. It's like, he forced me to do this. So it's lots of languages will give grammaticalized as a positive. But yeah, I should definitely have a look at these and see if maybe some of their uses I could try and figure out whether they have funny properties in Haitian as well. Thank you.
Okay, there's another. Yeah, thank you.
Hi, thank you for a very interesting talk. I probably missed it, but and you said that, at some point you said that you were not thinking about applicatives in the Pilkanen sense, but I was wondering if you can get the beneficiary reading with ba or by with more transitive verbs such as to eat, which in Spanish we have el niño le comió las verduras a su mamá, or the boy ate the veggies for his mom, something like that.
You can't even get it with transitives that are not transfer. So if you have an intransitive, it doesn't work at all. And when I say not applicatives in the Pilkanen sense, is that when people hear applicative, they think it's a functional projection that comes with its own argument, right? And that's it's toy, right? It's not going to throw its toy out of the pram. And this is not what is happening in Haitian. In Haitian, it really looks like a modifier. It looks like an adjunct that specifies an implicit argument, and it doesn't bring the argument. You cannot make it introduce a recipient where there is none. So you cannot bake a cake for someone. You know, you can't bake a cake, give someone, even though you can bake a cake and give it to someone, it just doesn't work, right? So it's not, whereas in applicative, you would expect this in the Pilkanen view. All I'm saying is that real applicatives in the wild, they do this, right? They have these restrictions to specifying recipients that are already there and actually not adding anything in certain constructions. I think there's work by Beavers and John Beaver and Andrew Kunzgar-Boden about Kinyarwanda. And they are looking at this also, because in some cases it's the recipient, in some cases it's the beneficiary, or it's ambiguous. But in some cases, it has to be a beneficiary. And so they were sort of looking at that. So those are applicatives as well on the verb, you know, like the suffix is on the verb as you expect them, kind of the verb with the suffix. And then with the suffix, it has an extra argument, and without the suffix, it doesn't. That kind of thing.
Yeah, so when you say that it's an implicit, you mean like in the lexical meaning of like, it lives, so it's still living the concept of someone getting that in the lexical meaning of the
Yeah.
preposition, right?
Yeah, and so that's why I want these transfer verbs to have a kind of VP shell Lydsonian bigger structure where they have a space for the argument. And so they have a choice of not lexicalizing it. So you can, you can send something. You do not need to lexicalize it. It has to be clear from the context where you're sending it, but it doesn't have to be in the syntax. But my impression is that the fact that it only works with verbs that are verbs of transfer, these are verbs that they either have it in the lexicon or they say, hey, this is what I want, can I give me this? This is what I'm expecting, or this is what I project. And then that's why you have the position for the verb to fill, like the two.
Thank you.
Certain double object verbs have the two pattern.
Thank you very much. Are there any more questions or comments? No? Well, there's one. I think there's one. There's a comment from the YouTube channel. Jimena Lemus, muy interesante aprender más sobre el querolariano. Gracias por su conferencia. And well, I think that's it. Okay, sorry.
I wanted to raise a more controversial issue among friends, because I like to hear your views on this. You alluded to this at the very beginning. I am, put it this way, think of my question from the perspective of somebody who's trying to understand what are the foundations of the system, and someone who, when having Rosemary Deschênes in one of my first classes right out of graduate school, she blew my mind with Haitian data and observations. So I was very ready to use anything that came from a Creole language like Haitian as fundamental evidence for universal grammar. So in that sense, I'm not coming from a place of, oh, well, here's a language that is, and I can see the political need to identify this as a full language, etc. I get it. But I also heard Bickerton decades ago saying, well, this actually may be telling us something fundamental about stages where we have to recreate the system with whatever UG gives us because of the slavery situation, because of the impoverished data, at least at the pidgin stage, and then getting regularized in the Creole. So what from the perspective of someone living in this world with Moiskins and so on, why is there, where is it wrong to at least put these questions on the table? Why is it, I can see it's controversial. Why is it wrong, or is it wrong?
I'm very glad you asked this question, because I gave a seminar on this exact question. So the difference between a pidgin, what a pidgin is, gets lost on a lot of people, because a pidgin is a language. A pidgin is a language that people agree on. And in the literature, a lot of the time, the learner lect and the pidgin get sort of mixed up, because a pidgin is something that a lot of learner lects have agreed on. Whereas you just having a pidgin form of German when you arrive in German, or me having a pidgin form of Haitian when I arrive in Haitian, that's my problem, right? There is no pidgin stage if I suddenly come up with funny constructions. The other problem is that these languages, I mean, I'm talking about Haitian and probably Martiniquais, they arose in plantation contexts. And so there are people like Chaudonson, who was not a nice person, but was a very good researcher. And he actually must have spent years in the French archives, and he looked at the demographic sheets of, in his case, La Réunion and Île Maurice.
And so there were very clear quantities of how many Malgache slaves and black slaves and whatever, and colons were there. And in Haiti, I don't think we have that to that extent, because I think there was more people, because in La Réunion at the time, there was like 1,700 or something. And what happened was that you had massive plantations because of the sugar boom, and you had massive importations of slaves because slaves didn't survive very long. And there were not very many children. And for children to create the Creole, they would have had to be together. And from what I read, even though no one really knows, it doesn't look like there was a Creole kindergarten anywhere on the plantations where, you know, under sixes were sort of kept from the hard work or anything. So we don't know how many children there were. We don't know how they lived. We don't know who they lived with, right? So to have this theory that builds on the fact that children created the language, as without a doubt it was the case in Nicaragua, with the, yeah, that was a totally different, you know, there wasn't a kind of boarding school for slave children until they were 16 and could be sent to the fields. So it's not clear, so I had a look and people said, well, we don't know. We really don't know how many children there were. And so I don't think that the Creole languages are a good example of this, because we do not know whether there was a population like this. We do not know. There is no evidence for a pigeon stage, right? So there is no evidence. So there seems to be, so what seems to be the most convincing, according to me, is Chaudanson's idea that you have iterated L2 acquisition by people who were supervised by seasoned slave. So a seasoned traveler or a seasoned slave is someone who's survived all the seasons. So who survived the malaria in winter and the whatever in summer, and then whatever. They were called seasons once they had 1 year off. And so because at the beginning, there were no Creole slaves anymore. At the very beginning, you had 3 slaves to 15 people in a homestead. So those were Creole slaves. They spoke French as well as everyone else. Those were Creole slaves. They were born in the Americas generally. But when the plantation started, there were not enough Creole slaves to go around to have this supervision. So you had people that had been there for 6 years, 7 years, 8 years. And I mean, so you had a kind of L2 acquisition of an L2 variant. And that because you had new slaves every year because so many people died and sugar was so precious, and but it wasn't a capitalist society because sugar was very labor intensive, very capital intensive. So you couldn't leverage your capital to get more. So you needed these people to do this work. They had lots of slaves coming in that were new Gonçalves. The first year slaves were called Gonçalves. And so they had lots of Gonçalves who knew nothing. And they were very young. Apparently, the people sent over were all very young, were around between 10 and 15. And just thinking about it makes me want to cry. But they were very young, and a lot of them didn't survive. So people were brought in. And so this idea that there were kind of critical masses of children anywhere living about, having solidified pidgin, it doesn't add up. I mean, it sounds good as an idea. And the other thing is that if you're an adult, you know, you're not going to forget your mother tongue. You're not a tongue. You know how to speak Ewe or you know, or Fum or whatever it is. So you're not a candidate for the tongue. And you can see, and one of Chaudanson's really interesting arguments was, well, you know, these things that they tell us is universal. Well, you have them in Atlantic Creoles, so in the Caribbean. You don't have them in Océan Indien, so Indian Ocean Creoles, because they had a different substrate, right? So, and there was not very much because you had to go via the Cap of Football Code. There was no transportation of slaves around. Generally, the slaves to the east came from the east, and from the west came from the west. So and I think Chaudanson's argument to say, well, if it's universal, you want to find it everywhere. And if you find substrate influence on both sides, then this idea that they're just making it up as they go along not that strong. That's my position. You know, I'm not going to change the docs that way. That's what I think.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? No? Well, with this, well, please, let's thank Patricia Cabredo for her fantastic talk. Vamos a pasar a español. Vamos a tener la clausura oficial del evento, por favor.
Entonces, ¿necesitas venir aquí? ¿Sí? ¿O lo apago yo?
Sí. No se vayan, vamos a tener las fotos y todo. Viene lo interesante, la comida.
Bien, muy buenas tardes tengan todas y todos. Es un enorme gusto estar presente en la clausura de los trabajos de este tercer encuentro de lingüística formal en México. Particularmente, me dio más gusto el poder presenciar los trabajos de estos 3 días y constatar que es un campo que presenta muchísimas oportunidades de investigación. También es posible apreciar cómo las temáticas han variado año con año, así como el abordaje de las problemáticas identificadas, su metodología y las reflexiones que nos dejan a todas y a todos. Pero no solamente nos dejan reflexiones, nos dejan también una gran motivación de continuar trabajando. Agradezco a quienes participaron como plenaristas y como ponentes. Sus valiosas aportaciones enriquecieron el programa y nos mantuvieron atentos, curiosos y muy pensativos. De igual manera, muchísimas gracias a los colegas moderadores. Este evento también representó una probadita de la riqueza de la lingüística para nuestros alumnos de licenciatura. Como diríamos en inglés, fue un eye-opener, para que vayan también abriendo sus horizontes y vean las muchas ventanas de oportunidad que existen en este campo. Agradezco sin lugar a dudas al comité organizador por su increíble esfuerzo, a la doctora María Teresa Peralta Estrada, al doctor Rodrigo Gutiérrez Bravo y al doctor Renato García González. A todas, a Tere y todos, muchísimas gracias por este magnífico encuentro. Finalmente, algo que sin duda debemos resaltar es las bondades que la modalidad híbrida representa. Con todo y a pesar de todo, las cosas funcionan cuando la tecnología nos quiere, salen aún mejor si así sucede. Quisiera también agradecer a la licenciada Irma Vargas, coordinadora de vinculación y extensión de la escuela, al ingeniero Víctor Ramírez y a su equipo, Carmelita, Beto aquí presente, y al responsable de comunicación social de la escuela, Óscar García Benavides, por su apoyo en todo momento, desde la logística hasta la transmisión y resolución de incidentes, a Erika por las fotos que nos va a tomar y nos ha estado tomando. No me queda más que decirles que damos por concluidos los trabajos de este tercer encuentro de lingüística formal y démonos todas y todos un gran aplauso, que regresen con bien quienes nos visitan de fuera, que tengan muchas ganas de participar en el siguiente encuentro, que ya veremos dónde será. La doctora Peralta nos tendrá en comunicación y seguramente nos tendrá trabajando. Colegio de México, los visitantes que, ¿no? Dice Rodrigo que no. Pero bueno, a lo mejor se anima después de la comida, ¿verdad, Tere? Bueno, muchísimas gracias a todos y todas. Y no antes de terminar, quisiera entregar los reconocimientos a nuestros plenaristas. Comenzaremos por las damas, la doctora Patricia Cabredo Hofner, por favor. Muchísimas gracias, Patricia. Un gusto tenerte aquí. Y al doctor Juan Urigareta. Doctor, un gran placer haberlo tenido con nosotros. Por supuesto, el comité organizador. Vamos a comenzar con la doctora Peralta. Pérez. Muchísimas gracias. Rodrigo. Un aplauso, por favor. Bienvenidos todos, esta es su casa, y Renato García González. Bien, pues que coman rico y nos vemos pronto en el siguiente evento.
El último aviso, recuerden que vamos a tener la comida de clausura en el restaurante Isaac, aquí en San Ángel. No hay reservación, o sea que no hay ningún problema. Todos los que quieran unirse están más que invitados, por favor. Muchísimas gracias.
Sí. Mande, es esta, ¿verdad? Ah. ¿Qué color es? Ah, le preguntamos a